Hello, everyone, and welcome to Smashbox TV's podcast 428. Sam Miller, the disc golf guy, here back in studio.
What happened to 427? I don't remember it.
Clearly, the internet lost it, or you did, one of the two. But, of course, last week, it was a pleasure to have Luke Sampson. It was also a pleasure to not have you there. So it worked out really well. I'm just kidding. The world was, they came unglued.
I was in the place where everybody's going to be going this week.
Or washed out of.
One or the other. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, so Johnny V is back from Florida, the traveling man, and we're going to talk a little bit about Florida. New World Disc Golf going on this weekend, hopefully.
Cross our fingers.
With our fingers crossed, and that will be taking place. We're talking about the Disc Golf Pro Tour Silver Series event. That's going to be obviously part of the 2023 wraparound season series kickoff stuff. With that, we'll talk in a few minutes. We're going to have none other than Brodie Smith. He's going to join us. We'll talk about what's been going on with him, maybe recap a little bit of 2022 and what he's looking forward to in both the offseason and in 2023. And then, of course, we'll talk about some of the other events that took place just this last weekend and any other news or happenings. The haps, as the cool kids still say, all the haps that are going on in disc golf here as part of 428. So without further ado, unless there's something I don't know, all right, we're going to welcome him into the show. It's been a little while, so we're catching up with none other than Brodie Smith.
It's been a hot minute.
It has been a hot minute.
What's going on, guys? When was the last one?
I don't know. Before your little podcast network. No, I'm just kidding. Tell all the guys we say hi over there at some point. But yeah, I think it's probably been a little over a year, probably a year and a couple months. We'd have to go back to the archives.
At least. But
because we had him on for game night a year or two ago with a bunch of people.
Oh, that was right. Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Nonetheless, glad to have you. You've been, of course, very busy, and I know by nature you're a very busy individual, both on and off the course. So let's just start with just the last couple of weeks, we'll say, and let's go back to you heading out to Vegas and an event taking place out there. We didn't have you on last week or just after the fact, but let's talk a little bit about it. You picked up a win out in Vegas. Tell us about it.
It's literally one of my favorite tournaments I play all year. It's something I look forward to. And I didn't even realize this. Kelsey was telling me it when we were actually flying out there, how my season starts in Vegas and it ends in Vegas, which is kind of a cool thing. But you were out there the very first year I went out there. We kind of just stumbled upon this tournament, me and my buddy. He lives out in Vegas, and he's been an old ultimate Frisbee guy and someone that I've obviously kept in touch with, and we're really close friends, and kind of got him into disc golf. And he was like, "Hey man, there's this tournament. You should come out and play it." And I was like, "Sounds good." And this was still obviously my first year playing disc golf. I didn't really know what was going on. And that was the year that Rico and James Proctor had that like crazy battle back and forth. But it was just basically me and him, and then one of his buddies that he kind of got connected to out in the Vegas disc golf world. And it was just us three playing in the tournament. The next year coming up, I basically was telling my other buddies that have picked up from disc golf from Ultimate, you guys got to come out here. You guys got to come out here. I think we ended up having like 5 or 6 people fly out for it last year. And then this year was the biggest one. We had, I think, 13 people, 14 or 13 people. The wives came out too, and they all played in what is now, I guess, female amateur 4, I believe is the correct terminology. But it was an absolute blast. Next year, there'll probably be 20 of us all out there. It's something that we definitely look forward to. And, for me, obviously, I'm going to be competitive and try to win, but it was less about that and more about hanging out with the guys, spending time with them. And then I also caddied for Kelsey every round. So she went out there at like 9 o'clock. We would finish right around some of those rounds were kind of long. We'd finish right around like 1:30-ish or something like that, 1:30. And then, I would have a couple minutes to get ready and go out for my tee time. So it was a blast, and I always look forward to that tournament.
Yeah, and let's start there. Everybody has a slightly different version or experience when it comes to Vegas. I think that's a pretty fair statement. Everybody finds different things, whether it's the gambling or the shows, the adult entertainment, the disc golf, whatever. I mean, there's so many different ways to be entertained, and just flat out scenery and touristy things.
The sports now. I mean, there's
and all the sports, the sports betting,
the Raiders,
obviously, all the different, the sports. Just for anyone that doesn't know, I think I know where you kind of lie, but what excites you about Vegas? Because I don't think you and I have the same experience, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, Vegas is one of those that, you kind of get, for me at least, you kind of get numb to it a little bit. So I have like no interest in like sitting down at a blackjack table or joining like a poker game or anything like that by myself. It's really just about the people you're with. And so I can have a blast sitting down playing $5 blackjack with my buddies for a couple hours, right? And that to me is it's a lot of fun. And Trevor came out with from Foundation. He came out for the first time, never been to Vegas, and we kind of gave him the quick 2.5 hour before his flight. These are the things you have to see. Took him to the Bellagio fountains, which I actually haven't seen in a couple years. And I mean, that never gets old. That is always an incredible show. And then I would say we went to our buddy got married out there a few years ago, and we ended up going to our first comedy show. Or not comedy, sorry. We went to our first magic show. And I mean, just blown away. So I definitely feel like I haven't gone to a Circus Soleil event out there, show out there. I've heard those are really cool. So I definitely need to kind of broaden those a little bit. But other than that, for me, Vegas is one night. Maybe I don't even know if I would go to the Strip. Honestly, we go to kind of Green Valley Ranch, which is a little bit off the Strip. Way cheaper hands of or minimums. You don't have to deal with the $15 to $25. You're also normally not having to deal with the touristy type of players too, of where people don't know how to play blackjack and all that stuff. You kind of can stay away from that. And then they also have bingo, which if you haven't played bingo in Vegas, that is a must as well. We try to do that 2 or 3 times every time we're out there.
That's actually a great. I'll have to actually follow up with you on that, because I love playing bingo anywhere, and of all the things I've experienced, playing bingo in Vegas isn't one of them yet. And that kind of leads also, I guess what I'm saying is, you talked about a 9 a.m. Tee time. Those are long rounds, long days out there. Plus, then you're going out to play, and you're also similarly. The partying, drinking lifestyle is not part of your overall, agenda either when you're out there. Fair to say, right?
Yeah, I was talking to someone about this the other day, because obviously I was just at a wedding, and at weddings, a lot of times people drink, sure. And he came up to me and just asked "Hey, why don't you drink?" And maybe you guys will answer this one for me, because I always like to hear people that do enjoy drinking, why it is that they drink. So for me, for whatever reason, I don't know what it's called, but I have something to where carbonation actually burns and does not feel good. So if I drink soda or anything like that, it's a very uncomfortable feeling. So I've always just been kind of turned away from it. Now, obviously, flat soda I can drink, and it doesn't, but it's I don't know. For me, I just like water and Powerade, right?
Sure.
So when it comes to alcohol, though, a lot of drinks are mixed with soda, and beer is carbonated. So I've taken one sip of beer and was immediately this is disgusting. I'm good. Now I have tasted it's weird. I like Moscato. That's a dessert wine, but to me that tastes good. And I feel people that drink, and this is where you guys can cut me off and let me know if I'm being an idiot, but I feel people that drink either do it because it tastes good, or they do it because they're in social situations, and for them it helps them loosen up or kind of be less nervous or whatever it may be. And obviously everyone knows that's not an issue with me. If anything, I probably need something to kind of dial me back a little bit.
A peanut butter sandwich to slow you down a little bit.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, when it comes to taste, there's just a lot of them that just like they were doing like tequila shots and stuff, and it's just like that just smells like rubbing alcohol. That is not going to be enjoyable to me at all.
Yeah, there are different drinks. I'm with you. I don't drink beer. It's never sat well with me. In general, it hits my stomach and it almost immediately wants to come back up, regardless of how much I have, and that's a me thing. I don't mind carbonation, but I don't usually like to drink something that doesn't taste good. The closest thing that I get is like a really like a bourbon. Like it's not. I almost want to say it doesn't taste like your kids would hate it. Like most people, you hand it to somebody the first 2 drinks and they're not going to like it. I don't like wine either, though, because for me, wine, if I drink something,
red wine's really dry.
If it makes me more thirsty, then what's the point of drinking it? Is kind of how I feel. So.
Yeah, you're there
how
to quench
similar
your
is bourbon
thirst.
to whiskey?
Yeah, what was that?
How similar is bourbon to whiskey?
Very similar. It's pretty close.
Okay, so like. I'm like the tip. What people would say is, I guess I'm like the typical sorority girl when it comes to drinks. Like a strawberry daiquiri, absolutely delicious. I can drink that. I also can't taste the alcohol in that. And then my go-to shot, if I am going to have a shot, would be a Washington apple. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah, yeah, some kind of schnapps.
It's a liquid gummy bear. It's a liquid gummy bear is what it tastes like. So like I can drink a lot of those. If I need to, but most of the time I don't need to. So I'm good. It's also nice on the wallet too, not to have drinking, being something that
because that adds up, especially in Vegas.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, more there than
if you get
almost literally anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not gambling, obviously, because it's it's free, but even it's not free because you're tipping like $5 every drink to the people, and so it's like. Yeah, with those chips, man, they get you with those chips because you're just like, oh yeah, here.
That's not real money. That's not real money.
Isn't real money at all.
No.
Yeah, Trevor was like absolutely blown away because I think I like sat down at a roulette table real fast and I handed him $100. They just took it, put it in that little money box, and it's gone. And then boom, 4 chips, 25. Bet it on black. It hit red, and he's like, wow. Like that just happens so fast. I was like, that's how they get you.
Yeah,
it happens real quick.
And next thing you know, you're dipping into your college, your kid's college fund. Yeah, not me, but I mean, just saying. It's that's a whole nother world clearly when it comes to all the gambling. And real quick, I'll just say on the drinking, clearly there's a massive perception that everybody needs to do it, and or that somehow that's what is. Required for people to have fun. Johnny V and I've never been that way. It's something that I feel like if it's there and it's going on, that's one thing. But I have found lately, thanks to Nate and Val and my relationship with Bevel, I have been dialing in something that just tastes exceptionally well or good to me. And like you said, what I'm now drinking, if I am having anything, is more of these really heavy, high octane, very powerful beers, but they're very, very sugary and sweet. Which they're not really helping anything to do with my physique at all either.
Which is really funny because for the longest time, you and a lot of people would make fun of me for the drinks because I would drink the apple cider drinks. Like they
taste good.
They taste good. Exactly. It's very simple.
Taste good.
But obviously, joking between friends, that was the joke. Like they're all drinking regular quote unquote beer, and I'm sitting there with like a woodchuck, and I'm thinking, okay, whatever. And I would get the brunt end of a few of the jokes. And now Terry here it's a much heavier type of drink, but it's still more flavorful than your traditional.
There's way too much emphasis put on, I think, drinking in general in our overall culture, and that's a guy who's grown up in Wisconsin.
Yeah, in Wisconsin, of all places.
Where per capita and we have 40 out of the 50 drunkest counties, as the maps will show you guys. So anyway, good to hear that you can I think that is important though. I guess that maybe that started this whole conversation is Vegas can mean so many different things to so many different people. And I too have had the pleasure of being out there where I didn't put a single dollar down on a table for a whole weekend, or didn't have a single drink for a whole weekend. And you can have just as much fun, whether it's the shows, the comedy, the hypnotists, the tourism.
I'd pick a different restaurant every night because they have some of the finest restaurants.
Yeah.
Like, I want to go.
The
I want
buffets are
not even the buffets. Like, sit down. Like, I want to eat
there's
Wolfgang
some fancy
Puck's food. Like, I want to, I want to experience that in Vegas. I've yet to be to Vegas. So one of the
you guys have to do. You'll have next time. I guess if you're going to be out, I don't know if you'll be out there for the Vegas Challenge, but if you will, or next time you're out there, you got to go to Green Valley Ranch. You got to go to, I believe it's Rock Top Pizza. As soon as you walk in, it's on the right. Their pizza's so good, and there's like 7 different types that you can get. So if you like thin crust, thick crust, whatever, they have all that. Hit that up, maybe play a couple hands of blackjack, and then head over to 9 o'clock bingo, and then you're good. It's a great.
We're there.
Great
yeah,
night.
bingo. That's where it's going to be at for me. I do love that idea. All right, so you guys are out there, like you said. You've now turned this into this big gathering of buddies and wives and everyone else to come out there and play. You were the highest rated player. You ultimately took it down.
Shooting 2 10-42 rated rounds.
Yeah, so
and a 10-07.
Sunset's a course that no one sees outside of this event or two a year. Clearly it doesn't. It couldn't hold up to the high level, elite series events and such. It was taken off of being an A tier and the Las Vegas Challenge, probably almost a decade ago now. But do you enjoy Sunset as a course? Like, what's your takeaway there?
Yeah, so I mean, we play a way different layout than the actual 24-hole layout that Sunset normally has, and they also, I believe, have tons of different pin locations that they constantly move around. So you can go out there at different times and play a completely different course than someone else was out there earlier.
Sure.
I would say like this year's course was maybe my least favorite from the past 2 years, mainly because of just they made it a lot easier. And the first year I was out there, obviously I was way worse than I am now. But the first year I was out there, if you threw a bad shot, like you were OB, and you could take a lot of bogeys and potentially double bogeys out there on some of those holes. I feel like they definitely have kind of moved it with a tournament where you have everyone playing the same layout. All the AMs are playing the same layout. The women are also playing the same layout. They even changed the par for the women. So like. I want to say like the winner. I want to say like the winner of Kelsey's division was like 40 over or 38 over par, 40 something over par. Because I mean, some of those holes were like 480-foot par threes. So
yeah.
My buddy, actually, my cousin who came out as well, I think he made a great example, and I talked a little bit about this on debate night about how the course was set up as if they had bumpers if you went to go bowling, right? Okay. So if you threw a good shot, there was really nothing in your way. You'll get the strike. But there could be someone that walks up and throws a forehand roller, basically just chucking the ball down the lane, and it just ricochets off of a couple bumpers and then gets a strike. So the other way of thinking about it too is there's a lot of they made a lot of holes that were very difficult to birdie, but if you went for the birdie, you could potentially bogey because there was Mandos that you could miss, or there was OB by the green. But if you just walked up to the hole and was like, I'm just going to cut this hole in half and throw a 225-foot shot, a 225-foot shot, and make par, it was very, very easy. So it was one of those courses that I think probably suited the majority of the players, because the majority of the players in this tournament are like MA2, MA3, and the same on the FPO side. So it is what it is. I think a lot of, obviously, people that played in the tournament enjoyed it, but we'll see kind of what they do next year. I just always thought it was really fun to have like a really, really challenging kind of course on that layout.
Yeah, and like you said, they've had so many different variations and options and things that they can do. But then at the same time, if you don't have a split weekend and you're really catering to multiple, or a ton of different divisions. It's like, where do you put the tees, and then are the par, all of that, like all of that comes into play, that it can be really difficult to appease such a wide, diverse group of players. And then, like I said, I'll go back to it. Everybody's already in Vegas for a slightly different reason. And some people like the idea, hey, it's the end of the year. I'm really here to party and to hang out and play a little golf. I don't care that I'm not challenged, with really difficult holes. And then, you have a slightly more, we'll say, professional and a little bit more stringent, competitive angle to it. It's really tough, I think, to, especially in a place like Vegas. So.
But no, my focus definitely was way more shifted towards helping Kelsey every day as much as I could, and then helping the other guys that were, what disc should I throw here? Or, I mean, heck, even after some of the rounds, we would stay an hour or two after, and I would help them either practice putting or learning how to throw a better forehand. So that was more the tournament's focus, was more about helping the newer players that are kind of in my friend circle, versus like, all right, I got to be at the course an hour before my tee time. I got to go through my warm-ups. I got to do all this stuff. It's much more of a chill thing, just from a selfish standpoint. It was, there was a couple holes that I was just kind of like, they had in the past that they didn't have this year, that I was kind of a little bit bummed out about, because they were fun to play.
Now, when you talk about this friend group, is that, I think naturally, I immediately assume that has some ultimate background or maybe some other sports.
Yeah, they're all.
Where are these? Yeah, these are ultimate converts. Ultimately.
Yeah, I want to say this year, because we obviously had a bigger group show up. I want to say like the majority were ultimate frisbee teammates of mine at the University of Florida. And then we kind of picked up my cousin, who ended up actually caddying for me at the Las Vegas Challenge this year. He drove in, and then one of the other guys from Tampa plays with someone there who actually played ultimate frisbee on a different team in college, but he came out as well. So the majority of us, obviously the wives, not any ultimate frisbee background at all, but the majority of the guys out there were all ex-teammates in ultimate frisbee.
Okay, and how do you feel like, not even just you personally, but how do you feel like ultimate players are adapting, and or are they still coming over? I mean, we talk about what COVID did and what that's been like, and obviously going from the team down to individual. Do you still see that? And do you feel like you have some influence on that still?
I mean, I think they definitely are coming over, like more on the hobby side. I don't know if we'll see the fact that we haven't really seen a big boom on like the professional side.
Okay.
I think just shows a little bit of where you kind of have to, it really is one of those things where you have to lose, a little bit of your ego of like, I can throw a frisbee really freaking good. You have to be like, I have to just completely throw that out the door and be okay with sucking at throwing a frisbee to be able to do it the right way in disc golf. And I would say you also have to completely shut off ultimate if you want to actually get good at disc golf. You can be decent, I would say, at both, but if you want to get good at disc golf or you want to get good at ultimate, you can't be doing both on a consistent basis. It's just the throws are way too different, and it's just something that I don't think from a physical standpoint of like muscle memory and just angle control and all those things that you can just fluidly go back and forth between the two.
Are you a little surprised that we haven't seen more ultimate players try to dip into the professional or even amateur disc golf? And maybe they are, and we're not seeing as much amateur because of the money. I mean, we all know that ultimate, there's not a lot of money in that. You're not very few players are playing that permanently. But if I'm an ultimate player and I have a pretty decent frisbee background, I think, as you said, you can make the change. It's going to take some work. I look at someone like Ella Hansen or yourself or
Andrew
Fish or Kramer, who was an ultimate player. These people are making a living now playing disc golf. If I were an ultimate player, I would maybe be a little jealous, but think
Where
maybe
did Chandler play? I didn't know he played.
I think he was just more like a
casual
college kind of player.
Yeah.
I believe, and
he went to
and that's
somewhere in Texas, I think.
Yeah.
But I would think, like, is the grass greener over there? Can I make a living throwing frisbee or discs?
They have to at least be looking, right?
I mean, I think people have tried, obviously. Like, in like a perfect example of that is like my buddy Kurt, who me and him were kind of 1-2 on every team we played, of just, throwing back and forth to each other essentially. And he probably will go down as one of the best ultimate frisbee players of all time. And, he played in MA1 at the Halloween Classic, and, it's not like a super stacked field out there. I mean, you saw who was playing in MPO. It wasn't a very stacked field. And, he got third, which is decent, but he's been playing ultimate, or he's been playing disc golf pretty consistently for several months now. I would say almost like probably the last year. It's just really hard. It's like really, really hard to get to, and like, I'll be the first to tell you, because I've been going through it. It's so hard to just completely forget about all the things that you've learned about ultimate frisbee and how to throw, and to put those all away and finally be like confident in disc golf. And I mean, I think we've seen people try, right? Like, obviously you point out Ella, but I think what that is on the FPO side, I think that's where they probably could have the biggest, because I just don't think the strength of field is that deep right now in FPO. So you could jump in and have a splash really, really quickly. Where on the MPO side, it'd be much, much more difficult. You can have flashes of greatness here and there, but it's much more difficult to be like someone that's competing week in, week out in MPO. And if you're not competing week in, week out in MPO, and you don't have a big contract to your name, you're not really making any money. And from the ultimate frisbee players I have known in the past, they either don't care about money and they just do ultimate and they love it, and that's what they're doing, or they have really good, they're really smart, they have really good well-paying jobs, and they're thinking, why the heck would I quit my well-paying job to do disc golf? And I think we're starting to see that a little bit more in disc golf too, right? We're starting to see some people take that chance of like, hey, I've been playing disc golf for a while, but I have a really good paying job. I'm going to give my shot at disc golf. And those are people that are already really, really good at disc golf. So to think of like an ultimate frisbee player to just jump into disc golf and being like, oh, I'm going to make a lot of money right away. I think if you looked hard enough, you can see local guys trying to do that and play on the local scene. Mm-hmm. And we all know if you can't go to a local tournament and consistently get in like the top 3, you're going to get eaten alive on the pro tour. Mm-hmm. So unless you like live in Charlotte, North Carolina,
sure,
or some of these spots where you're having to compete with some top players, but it's just hard, man. It's so hard. It's I don't know. I think a lot of people just have the wrong idea that you played ultimate frisbee, you should be good at disc golf. And I'd almost argue that the more fringe ultimate frisbee people, like that weren't very good at ultimate or like didn't really take it seriously, they probably have a better chance of transferring over to disc golf than the people that's all they did and they are so good at it, because they probably have hundreds of thousands of more throws in their arsenal or in their backlog than the people that kind of just did it casually.
Yeah, that's definitely more ingrained and probably more set in their ways, and then tough.
Didn't you film ultimate frisbee people, Terry, at like MVP one year?
No, I believe that
Jack,
was.
I feel like
that might have been Gatekeeper.
Was that not you, Terry?
GK that did the entire ultimate frisbee card, because it was fish.
No, that wasn't you. Oh,
yeah,
it was not. That wasn't my channel, but yeah,
it might have been.
Yeah,
Gatekeeper.
Like that's. Okay, that's like go and watch that. Like those guys aren't bad at disc golf, but you also can see like there's a huge gap that they need to fill between their skill level and to be competitive on the pro tour to where you can make money. And there's also another thing. Like I just know this because we like looked this up. How many people do you think made more than $40,000 this year from just tour winnings?
From just tour winnings, I bet you there's
FPO and MPO.
8?
Nah.
More than
I'm going to say
A
12.
little higher.
I'm going to
Yeah,
say
I think
12.
it was like 16 or I think it was 16 or 17.
All right.
Now
Which
compare
I,
that
in
to
my-
5 years ago when it was 3.
Yes. I thought it was way higher. I thought
I'm
it was
just
way
guessing
higher,
it was
though.
about 3.
Yeah. I thought it was like going to be, when we were talking about it, I thought it was going to be like 30 or something, but I'm clearly way off. But like, that just shows you like, there's not a lot of people just going on tour and making that a lot of money. You have to be top echelon to be making, $40,000. Like a lot of people like that, they're making that in their job. So like to quit and then
literally
it's tough.
$40,000
It's
is an
tough.
entry-level job right now. That's
Yeah.
$20 an hour.
Yeah.
Almost any place you go will give you $20 an hour for a retail job, practically in a mall, in a clothing store, things like that. That's and you have to figure, if you're making, let's say, $30,000 to $40,000 touring, that you're spending
$50,000 to do it.
I was going to say 80% of that just to travel.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
if you're
sure.
on the road all the time, you're probably in between gas right now
Yeah,
and your
yeah.
van, fish, food, maybe occasional staying at Airbnbs or campsites. Like, that's expensive.
Yeah.
Fish actually laid it all out in an article one day.
Yeah, he made a great article. He has a great
Yeah.
article about it.
So maybe to wrap this this we'll say conversion conversation up, if a 10 is you're the prime ultimate disc golf specimen, insert who's ever named there right now if you want to use one, but a 10 is the best and a 1 is the absolute worst. When you enter disc golf from 3-ish years ago and you came over from Ultimate, on that scale of barely can throw a frisbee or pick one up to the best in the world, where did you put yourself, or where would you put yourself when you entered?
Just throwing ability, because I had retired for a couple years. My knees were
disc
gone.
skills, throwing, general idea of like throwing a disc, frisbee, golf, ultimate, whatever, like natural athletic abilities, frame, all that kind of stuff. Where do you put yourself 3 years ago?
I was pretty good at throwing a frisbee, I would say.
So you're 5, 6, 7, 5 maybe? Would you, on a scale 1 to 10 there?
For throwing a disc?
And 10 is like the best player in the world right now.
Are you talking about throwing a disc golf?
He's throwing
a frisbee?
I'm
he's
talking
saying,
about.
Yeah, when you stepped into the sport from Ultimate 3 years ago, where would you rank yourself? Like, looking at it now, were you a 4, a 5?
Oh, throwing a disc.
Yeah.
A disc golf, throwing a disc golf disc. I don't know, maybe like a 2. Like, I couldn't throw a disc at all.
Yeah.
My forehand was at 1 out of every 5 of my forehand, or maybe even way less than that. 1 out of every 3 of my forehands just went straight right, just like unthrowable. And then backhand, I could not throw. I mean, if you really want to know, like when I came into disc golf, go back and watch that video that I did with Jomez, with Paul, and I think Simon was in it.
Yep. Yeah, in Texas.
That is what my skill level was, because that literally is. I didn't pick up after that video was done. I went back to doing frisbee trick shots. It wasn't like I all of a sudden was like, I'm starting my disc golf career. Like, I didn't start my disc golf career until I believe it was like December 31st, 2019, or it might have even been just January 1st, 2020. Like that, those two throwing abilities in that video and that are pretty much what they were. So like, yeah, I was absolutely terrible at throwing a disc.
So fast forward to today. Clearly, all athletics are a work in progress, and there's no ultimate perfection.
Mm-hmm.
But fast forward to today, roughly 3 years later, still that same scale, 1 to 10, using that. Where do you place yourself today? And this isn't about a rating or anything of that nature. I'm talking about where you feel you and your skill sets are, and how much room do you have to grow? Like, where's your ceiling still?
I think I'm probably like a 7.5, maybe.
Okay.
So you've done the entire season now. There were quite a few times after the end of the round, like a lot of pros, you would make a social media post saying, all right, guys, I need to get better at, I know what I need to get better at.
Mm-hmm.
What is that right now? For you, if you had to focus on one thing for the next 3 months, what is it? Like, what's going to get you from your anywhere from, because I mean, there were times you were fighting for top 5, and there were times you were in the 30s. What's going to keep you in that consistent 15 to 10 range, we'll say, and higher? Where do you need to improve?
I mean, there's honestly 2 things that are like right here. One of them being circle 2 putting, specifically the 60 to kind of 50, 45 range. And then the other one is just continuing to be consistent with my angles. I think Statmando put out a post stating that, like, I think it was like literally, I think me and Ezra led, I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was like we led the tour with most birdies, but then we also led the tour with most bogeys, I believe, is what the one was. I could be completely wrong, but it was something along those lines of where we got a lot of birdies,
in the top 10.
Also,
yeah,
but we made a lot of bogeys as well, and that, I mean, that is the biggest difference between the other people that are also getting a lot of birdies. They're just not getting nearly as many bogeys. So I throw the disc out of bounds way too often, and that just comes down to, you know, not only just making sure I'm picking the right disc, but also just being consistent with my release angles. Like I struggle releasing on Annie with forehands, with more like with distance drivers, and the same thing with backhands. I struggle with the kind of the not the turnover. I like the turnover backhand, but when I'm like trying to throw flex, so like really overstable stuff on Annie, I tend to kind of mess those angles up a lot. So those are the 2 things that, like, this off season I will be considerably or putting most of my effort towards.
I think that's one of the hardest shots in disc golf, is that backhand Anheuser, like having it come out at an Anheuser angle. A lot of people can throw a power hyzer and get it to flip. You know, you just need the right disc. But to actually get a good angle with power on an Anheuser angle that you're not either burning into the ground or just you're picking the wrong disc and it's just flipping and hyzering out on you, that's a very difficult shot. So it's no surprise that, you know, that's you've only been playing for, like you said, for 3 years, that it's still something you're working on.
And then when you speak of that putting range, that 45 to 55, or, you know, kind of that, we'll say deeper circle 2 section, do you feel like you just simply rarely convert from there, or your looks are close and you really need to dial it in? Because to a lot of people, I think that feels like kind of bonus territory. Do you just feel like, hey, I need to be in bonus territory to be more competitive?
I feel like it only feels for like bonus territory to those people that aren't contending to win.
Okay.
I've been able to play either alongside people as they're, you know, potentially about to win the tournament. I've also played alongside people early in the tournament that go on to win. Like I got the chance to play with Isaac Robinson in round 1 at Idlewild, and he kind of, you know, that was kind of where people saw exactly what was going on, and I was like, when I saw what he was doing on live, the final day, like I was not shocked because I got to see it in round 1. And, you know, when you watch these guys, they're putting, you know, Gannon, Isaac, Paul, Eagle, Simon, they're putting from that distance thinking they are going to make it. I'm putting for that from that distance, hoping that the disc stays close. That's the biggest difference. And that was the same thing that I had struggled with last season from like 30 feet. From 30 feet last season, I was worried about like airballing it and having it just go 25 feet past, and now I have to make a 25-footer. This season, I'm not even thinking about missing a 30-footer. And if I do happen to miss it, I'm not worried about the comeback. I just need to continue to get that distance further and further back. So when I am at 50 feet, the only thing in my mind is trying to make it, and not how can I give this a chance to go in, but at the same time not worry about having that, you know, 35-foot comebacker or a bad roll away or having all those kind of thoughts in my head.
So not to dox you, but you're now in Dallas, right? Dallas area. You moved from Virginia area over to Dallas area. Do you have a spot in your backyard to putt? Do you have a backyard? I'm not sure how.
What are you working with? Or is it out in the garage or what?
basement putting?
No,
Like, what
that
are you
was
doing in the winter?
yeah, that was one of the few things I told Kelsey because I wasn't able to be with her when she was trying to find the house in Dallas. That was one of the few things I told her, like, we got to have somewhere where I can putt, whether it's inside or outside. So yeah, I've got some decent space in the backyard.
Perfect. It's funny you say that about the putting because I'll say this. People should go out to a basket and measure from the basket to 50 feet. And you'd be surprised how damn far that really is and how disgusting it is to, just like you said, when it's Ricky, Paul, Eagle, Simon, Isaac, those types, Gannon, whomever, Dickerson are making those and they make them look so easy. And then you go out and you're like, this is 55 feet. And those guys are like making these often. It's honestly, it's like going to an NBA game and like being like, oh, wow, yeah, these guys are that big, or going to an NFL game and being like, oh, the field's this really, like, go out and measure off 55 feet and then think, oh, yeah, I'm going to make 5 out of 10 or 6 out of 10 from here. Mm-hmm. You're not going to do it. It's crazy. So here we are, a couple more years in. For you, obviously it's been a whirlwind. You've been experiencing a little bit of everything. You've had, I don't want to say some advantages, but you were able to hit the ground running pretty quickly, coming in with your background, with some of the connections, a lot of outpouring and support, obviously for you. Do you feel like you've completely settled in? Is disc golf in any way foreign to you, as so many people talk about you and your relationship with fans and the mutual love and respect you have for them, but is disc golf as a sport in any way abnormal or foreign to you whatsoever? Is it like a second home?
Yeah, no, I mean, the tough thing I would say with disc golf coming from Ultimate is like you lose that team aspect, that I just didn't really. That's one of the things that is just, it's tough. It's tough to be out on the road and you're just kind of solo, right? And now obviously like people, because I don't know, I have a hard time, I've made some friends and stuff like that on the road, but at the end of the day, like I'm trying to beat everyone out there, right? And so it is tough to. I'm not going to be the first person to like, oh yeah, let's all hang out. Let's do this and this. I have a very small group of guys that I do stuff with on tour, and that's basically who I hang out with, and that's who I talk with and do that. But you do miss the the late night track workouts, the gym workouts, the double practices. You miss all that like battling and stuff with your teammates to go out and try to accomplish something. That is probably the thing that's the toughest for me. But outside of that, like I do feel like I'm definitely getting more comfortable out there on tour, playing in front of people, all that stuff. I'm starting to get a little bit better at that, I would say. I still struggle with like pace of play, just as far as like there is no you're the only thing that's making yourself go. And I think that's one of the reasons why golf is so difficult, is because it's not a reactionary sport. It's not something where you're waiting for a pitch, and when the pitch happens, you're like, I have to make a decision. It's not like you're waiting for the ball to come back from a tennis, or you're dribbling to try to go up to shoot a basketball. You're just standing there on the tee pad, and no one's telling you to do anything, and you have to eventually just tell yourself to go. Or you're standing there in front of a basket and no one's telling you to putt, and you eventually just have to say like, all right, here it goes. That is still something that I'm constantly working on to try to get better, because in Ultimate, like that was never an issue. Like it's just a reactionary sport. You're just go, go, go. And a lot of times too, like I just wonder, I'm like, gosh, would I just be way better if I just like stepped up to my lie and did like a pump fake and then just like stepped out and threw it, like instead of You know, like,
Uh-huh.
would that just be easier for me than like standing there and like trying to do like a routine and all this stuff? So I would say that for sure is still like the uncomfortableness of disc golf to me.
Well, I mean, that's you. There are players like, you look at Coling, who walks up to every 20-footer and just goes. He doesn't want to sit and think about it. He wants it to almost be reactionary. Or Isaac Robinson is a very fast putter. They don't want to think about it. They don't want to look at the basket. Germ literally kind of knows where it is, looks at it and flings, and it's almost a reaction for him because
he doesn't want to overthink it, as you said. And then obviously we have opposite examples, whether it's a Gannon or a Nico or whatever, and you often hear them say, man, I should just throw, or Nico will miss one and be like, come on, and he'll know that in practice when he was firing them off twice as fast, he made 99 out of 100 from 40 feet. And then he's, stands over it for a minute and a half sometimes. And yeah, I think you're right. Finding that flow, finding that rhythm, whatever it is, and it's different for everyone. As you move into another year of touring next year, is there anything, and there's obviously talk right now with, new schedules, new, Silver Series being added, playoff events, the Pro Tours continuing to grow and evolve. Is there anything that you feel like would be out of the ordinary that someone like us in disc golf media would be like, oh, he's doing that next year? Like, is there anything out of the ordinary that you kind of have lined up that would surprise anyone?
No, I mean, I think next year is just same old, same old. Like, I have kind of this 5-year plan. Last year was year 3, and my plan kind of got, I would say, slowed down a little bit because of getting Lyme disease the first year and then getting COVID the second year, which if you mix COVID and Lyme disease, it's not good. So that kind of slowed my plan down a little bit. But year 3 turned out to be, I mean, it wasn't as good as I wanted it, but like my goal going to year 3 was to contend at some events and to try to win at some events. And I came close a couple times. And there was a couple rounds here and there. If they would have played a little bit better and, maybe some people around me would have played a little bit worse. You never know. But I have this 5-year plan of where I want to be in my 5th year. And then from there, kind of reevaluate, see where I'm at, and then continue on. I think the only thing that's going to be probably more different this year will be stuff that's like off the course. You probably won't see anything on the course, anything different. But off the course, there'll be some stuff that I'll be doing and taking a little bit more seriously this year than I did in the past season.
Okay, and whether you can share that or not, the specifics, but is that business related stuff or is that
no? I can share. It's not anything exciting. Yeah, it's just staying consistent in the gym and then being on a more strict diet. It's not anything too exciting. That's why I didn't say it. But
yeah, and then clearly you guys have really settled into practice rounds and having the fun out there doing that. You see more of that. Is there any other content that is on the horizon?
Yeah, no, me and Ezra are going to continue to do that. We're trying to figure out exactly how we want it to go down next year. As far as like where it lives, do we make a new YouTube channel? What that all entails. But yeah, I mean, again, like right now, we just said that there are 16, 17 people on tour that make over $40,000 from tour winnings or earnings or whatever. And, I don't know exactly how much money Ezra made on his end with the videos, but I think he did pretty well, with an average of 2 videos or so per tournament. So I would say majority of the time he was making more money on YouTube than he was making in the tournament. So it is a nice thing to kind of have. And the way we have it set up too right now, it makes it to where the practice round, like people, we get comments and stuff on the YouTube channels being like, you guys would be way better if you just focused on practice and not do the videos. Like the practice round literally is just Jude there with a camera. Like that's literally me and Ezra whenever we go on a practice round, whether there's a camera there or there's not a camera there. That's just how we are. Like maybe there's maybe a couple more jokes thrown in, but for the most part, that's how we kind of are during practice rounds. And then the doubles battle is just a lot of fun to kind of just even get a little bit more on the competitive side going into it. And, until the purses probably go up higher, or, the Pro Tour kind of shuts down some of these things because they end up having their own sponsored events and stuff that they want us to do, a Pro-Am and all this other stuff. As of right now, like, there's no reason for us to stop doing it. I think it gives the fans at home a good idea of like the course coming up. They can kind of see some of the lines. They can kind of hear a little bit more of the strategy, and kind of get that. And, maybe even hopefully helps maybe some of the times people that can't necessarily be there on the grounds, whether they're, like you, Terry, in the booth, or maybe Brian that's on the grounds. Like, maybe we say something that you're like, oh, I didn't even know players were thinking that. Because I would say there's not as much communication between the pros right now and the commentators. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times speculation has to be had because there's nothing else. Mm-hmm. So, maybe these videos kind of help, maybe make a little bit better of like, oh, that's a line that we might see here because we saw Ezra do it in the practice round. But yeah, overall, it's super fun. I have a blast doing it. And obviously too, like the doubles battles, that's been so fun too, just to kind of see, if you go back and watch those, you'll see ones of where, they're super serious. Like the Ricky Coriolis one was super serious. You'll see the one where it was Big German Yuli. It was just a complete fire fest the entire time. Or you go back to where Gannon and Alden smacked us around and they weren't even trying. So like there's an all mix of all the different kind of double battles. And I think that also helps some of the people that maybe don't have a YouTube channel or don't have like long form content get their personalities out there as well.
I was going to say, because being in the media, most of the time, if I want to check out the course, if for some reason I don't know it that well, I will look at our whole flyovers that we have. But there were one or two times that I did look at yours and Ezra's videos, because if they're, and again, I have a hard time personally consuming post-production content in general. I get enough golf in my life. But your guys' videos were some of I'll say the best course preview stuff. Like if I want to learn a course, I'm going to watch one of your videos, yours or Ezra's or however you want to define that, because the way you guys go through the course and you talk things through, and you throw 2 or 3 shots sometimes, and it's I will say they have, from a media perspective, they have some valid use for sure.
Yeah, and I guess
that's good.
And I'll follow that up with and say, and again, clearly no one, there's always the conversation about you have your favorites and they're you can't be everything to everyone. But so at sparing none of my feelings, you don't have to worry about that. But in general, are there things that you feel are still obvious miscues that are coming from any of the media, and whether it's by name or not? I'm not looking for that you're trying to blast someone, but just in general, are there some obvious miscues that could be live, that could be post, that could be the pressers, whatever? Are there any obvious miscues that you'd really you don't understand how they're either not cleaned up or addressed, or it's not even happening, or it happens too much? Is there anything that jumps out at you from maybe the little you consume?
I would say, I wish I didn't consume as much as I did, because when I consume, especially MPO coverage, that means I'm so far down the leaderboard that my tee time was out, and I'm done by the time that.
Simon has admitted to that once in a while as well. I hear you.
And a lot of times it's like, I got to watch what these guys are doing because I'm clearly not doing the right stuff. What the heck are these guys doing?
Class is in, right?
Yeah, I would say, the one thing that jumps out at me sometimes is just graphics. So like having like a consistent leaderboard, and I know that you guys have like bounced around on trying different things. Mm-hmm. I think having just like a consistent leaderboard on the bottom right that shows like the top 5, and then maybe just cycles down to like 6 through 10, and then 11 through 15, or like always having something to where like I can quickly see what the leaders are doing. Because sometimes like it just feels like you don't see a leaderboard for like 15 minutes or 20 minutes, and then boom, you get like the cutaway, which I love. I love the cutaway leaderboards, but like sometimes you kind of get lost of like what's actually happening in the tournament when you have to wait that long, and all of a sudden like boom, someone's like has jumped into 5th place, and you're like, what the heck happened? And you didn't really kind of slowly see. And obviously UDisc is there and PDGA live and all that stuff, but still it'd be nice to kind of see down there. And I think you almost would get people to then be like, oh my God, this guy's making a move. And then they would go on their UDisc or whatever and kind of maybe see what's going on. The only other thing that jumps out at me too, I would say like the commentary for what it is, again, because you guys, I don't think people realize like how difficult you guys have it with just what you're given. It'd be way different if you guys had 20 different cameras going at once and you were able to have, because I recently just went to an award show, and I've only seen kind of pictures of what your setup is, but I just went to like some Christian award show, not on national television or anything like that. It's like not a huge thing. And their production truck was massive. I mean, they had probably 25 people just in the production truck alone. So like, I don't think people realize, maybe they do now that the Big Skins money match or whatever happened. Maybe that hopefully opened the eyes up. I think what the Disc Golf Network does for what they have is pretty remarkable and pretty incredible. Because again, it's like, if you threw me in front of 3 cameras and we're like, all right, talk for 4 hours, like there's going to be some times where it's like there's nothing to talk about. Like we don't have anything. Everyone's walking. Like there's nothing. Like that's very, very difficult to fill that airtime. So the only thing, and I don't know if this was like something that we might see maybe in majors or whatnot, but like what USDGC did with like the standalone cameras, I think that might be what needs to. I don't know how much money that is or how that's even feasible or any of the logistics on it. But I think having a camera that's just sitting on a par 3 and just getting all the shots coming in, and you can just bank those. So when you do have that time of like nothing's going to be happening for the next minute, we're not necessarily seeing a highlight package of something that we literally just saw the last 15 minutes. That would be my only kind of critique, but other than that, like I think it's pretty good. I think we found someone pretty solid in Charlie Eisenhood. Like the dude hates me, but like I think he's pretty good at what he's doing. Obviously, if you get Nate Sexton in the booth, that's always a plus. Terry, you've been killing it as well. And I think Brian has found a pretty good home too as the on-course guy. That's a logistics thing. I listened to his interview that he did on the Trevor Staub show, and he was basically telling the audience like what he has to go through, and it sounds like a nightmare to try to pull off what he does. So again, like the logistics of that, if that gets better, I think the product definitely gets better. But I mean, all in all, I think it's a really, really good product. And again, like it's not going to be for everyone, I guess. But I also, I have such a hard time understanding how anyone can tell me that post is better than live. Again, I get it. You're working, you have to play disc golf, whatever. You have excuses. That's fine. I understand if you have obligations. But again, like I just don't like sitting down and just watching stuff happen live and just being in the moment and like building up to the end of the tournament. Like you don't get that with post. You just don't. It's just impossible to get it. So I will always be a live stand.
Yeah, a couple of things regarding the live broadcast that's my purview. As far as the scoreboard, you were saying there's always a struggle in the control room about, because we have it's there at times, but the producer likes to pull it off the screen because we haven't shown the shot yet. There's a discussion of Do we spoil?
Oh, is it because UDisc is faster
Yeah.
than
UDisc is
coverage?
faster. So if we pull it off the screen, 100%
I
of
saw
the time,
that. I
100% of
saw
the time,
that.
it's because we're about to cut to the second card and show you what happened 25 or 30 seconds ago, and Mo doesn't want it spoiled on the scoreboard because, like you said, I mean, for a golf tournament,
That's
they have a whole
happened.
goal scoring crew.
That's
But-
happened though on the personal side too, because there's
Yeah.
been times where they're 8 under, but I'm like, wait, they're 7 under, and they're stepping up to their birdie putt,
Mhm.
and
There
they
you
make
go.
the birdie putt, and it stays at 8.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense now. Yeah,
Exactly.
okay.
So, I mean, so there's, to me, I kind of feel like I like it up more, even if it does spoil it a little bit, just because, I mean, if something changes 100% of the time, we're going to show you it. If someone in the top 5 is getting a birdie, we probably have a camera on them and you're going to see it. So there's a kind of a give and take, and I understand Mo's perspective.
What's the way to fix that?
There's no good way, because you would need someone individually scoring each person all the time, and then have someone communicate with them. Okay, don't update this one person's score because we're about to show it. It again.
So how are you guys pulling the scores from UDisc? How does that work?
It's all on a back
it's a whole back end system that they
was
created
built
for
from
us
day one.
and it's the exact same
Okay.
data everybody sees. It's just a different format for us.
So there's no way that you can set like a delay or something on the back
there's a
end
delay,
or something, or
We can delay it like up to 30 seconds or up to a minute, but then there are times where, you know, you can only delay all the scoring. So if we're showing you literally something live on the first card, we don't want that delayed. But then we jump to the second card, which we are going to show you 40 seconds later, a minute later, a minute and 30 later, depending. It's such a pain in the ass. It's the worst. Like, it's one of those logistics things where it's like, we don't have the resources to have a whole separate scoring crew like NBC or the Golf Channel.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get there someday. Maybe we'll come up with a better solution. Who knows? But for now, it's like chicken and egg. Do you want to see the score update, or do you want to see the shot first? I don't know. Whatever.
I'm
It's a whole. That's a whole.
I
nother
think again, the production thing is just a crazy one, because there are so many things like that where, you know, it's so easy for me to sit home at my couch and be like, why is the scoreboard not on? What the heck is going on? And then you explain it perfectly, and it's like, okay,
and
it'd be better if you just rage tweeted like everybody else.
And it's
just
gonna
start
ruin
rage
it.
tweeting how much we saw.
It's gonna ruin it for
I
you
feel
now
like I've
too.
been pretty good. I've been pretty good at not rage tweeting.
I'm just saying in
that's
general.
honestly that might be my next question. But it's honestly going to ruin it for you, because you're going to see that scoreboard vanish and you're going to think, okay, someone just birdied. Who is
or bogeyed
or bogeyed? Who is it? Whose score is about to change? I'm going to see it.
That could be
in a
exciting
second.
too, though. Like, that could be
you still
exciting
don't know.
too.
It's like a half spoiler.
Talking about, well, God, I have 2 questions I really want to get to. All right. Brodie 2 or 3 years ago had a lot of big ideas, a lot of things. What is Brodie today thinking about Brodie 3 years ago? Do you look at it and you're like, yeah, that guy, he knew what he was talking about? Or are you now thinking like, maybe
you simmer down a little bit,
simmer
or not?
Man, I feel like I feel like someone needs to go back and like make a list. of
rate
all the stuff
your
I
takes.
said. Yeah, and then I can go back and be like, because I have a terrible memory. So like for me to be like, what did all the stuff I said? I talk also way too much, so I say a lot.
You're talking to
but
us,
that would be
yeah,
fun.
we know.
That'd be fun if someone was like, all right, these are the top 20 things you said in 2020. What do you like? What you don't like? Now, one that, and we can get on this a little bit, because I got into a heated argument with someone recently on this one. One that I've literally gone completely full 180 on is when I came in, I was like, disc golf needs to dress like golf. We need to be wearing golf shorts, belts, polos. We need to be doing that. And now I'm on the complete opposite side, where I'm not saying we shouldn't wear that. I'm not saying people shouldn't wear the golf stuff. If you want to wear golf attire, by all means, feel free.
Your travel partner, kind of Ezra, is very known for very fine cut.
We talk back and forth all the time about this. Yeah, we talk about this all the time. To me, I do not, that clothing does not feel like disc golf attire. It just doesn't mesh. It doesn't. The more I played it, the more I'm in the woods, the more I'm getting like ripped up in thorns, the more my knees are in the mud, the more I'm like doing that kind of stuff. I'm like, I want to be in something that's a little bit more athletic, something that I feel like I can move around, movements in, and then something also like if I do get dirt on the back of my calf or on my knee or I'm bleeding down my arm, like I don't know. So like to me, my go-to disc golf wear for what I like to wear is like what I would call like tennis attire, like professional tennis attire. I think is my go-to look, but that's not to say golf you can't do that as well.
Yeah, you're right. It's very difficult because, well, I mean, you either get better and stop throwing in the crap, so you're not crawling on the ground, but like you said, that's everyone's throwing into trees. Everyone's got to dig at one point, get their knee on the ground, and slide their leg underneath of a bush. You don't see that as much in golf. Rarely ever do you see players. Sometimes we see players get in the water. I've seen that like ankle deep into water for golf, but for disc golf, we really don't throw from water ever, practically, unless it's casual, and it's very rare. But we are constantly on our knees. We're on our, backside. I've seen people throw from their flat of their back, under a tree, just trying to, that's not necessarily the best, your golf attire maybe doesn't quite accommodate that, we'll say.
The way I look at it is I've been asked to go on mini hikes. I've never once, when someone was like, let's go on a hike, thought I need to put on my golf pants and a polo shirt.
Okay.
So there's certain tournaments, obviously, that we are actually playing on golf courses. But again, like if the Disc Golf Pro Tour tomorrow said, hey, we're implementing, we don't like, right? Because again, I do think right now we do have a little bit of a problem with some people on tour, myself included. Like I was wearing some shorts that I was like, I wasn't even thinking about it. I was like, these are just really comfortable to wear. And they are in the guidelines of what you can wear. But looking at it, I was like, that just doesn't look that professional. It doesn't look that clean. So like those got thrown out essentially. And I had to, went out and bought some new ones. And I'll probably do the same thing this off season for next year. So I do think there is like something that probably needs to be done a little bit because I think the way it's worded right now, there are some outfits that can get out on tour that maybe don't look the best. But if the Pro Tour tomorrow was like, hey, we're hammering it down, everyone's got to wear a collared shirt, everyone has to wear golf pants or golf shorts or whatever, I would be on board. I wouldn't be like, this is bull crap, I'm not doing this, whatever. I'd be like, that's just what it is. I'm good with it. But as of right now, I feel like I can go out and dress in professional tennis clothing essentially and look decent. Because I think a lot of it too, honestly, when it comes down to it, looking good, I think a lot of it just like matching. Like if you're wearing stuff that matches, like if your hat kind of matches your shorts and like you're not wearing colors that don't mesh well, like you're gonna look good. So I'll take Kelsey out shopping and we'll get that taken care of this off season.
The one last question I had for you, then I'll let Terry take over. You talked a little bit about live and the broadcasters. Is that something you'd want to do? Sit in on a live broadcast? Sit next to Charlie, Terry, Ian, whomever it is as a play-by, and be color to their play-by-play. Do you think you would enjoy that?
I mean, I think I definitely would enjoy it. I mean, I love watching live disc golf and I love talking about it. I mean, I have my own podcast that's all I do is just talk about it. So I definitely enjoy it. Would I actually be good? Would people enjoy me? That would be like the big question, like I wouldn't want to do it unless I was increasing the value for the viewers. Now, obviously we all know like not everyone is going to be a fan of you and some people are not going to like you and some people are. But I would say, like, if the majority of people enjoyed it and were like, what Brodie brings to the table or his thoughts or his opinions on things adds to my viewing experience, then yeah, I definitely want to be a part of that.
Okay. Yeah, and it's interesting as we're seeing more and more players, and whether they are cutting their teeth in post or they're getting thrown right into a live scenario. Whether it's on the ground. I think of, obviously Brian more recently, Zoe Andike, a couple of players that are also been out on the ground, Nate Perkins, so on and so forth. We're just continuing to I don't want to just say test, but we're continuing to work with a number of players, Philo clearly as well, and then you have, Sexton, Doss, so on and so forth. So it's been interesting, and I feel like it is at least a training ground, the post-production realm. And some people may love or hate it, and then from there decide if they want to have any. And some people may only stick to post. And I say it all the time. What someone like Yuli does, not that he couldn't be great in live, because clearly I think he could be, but live and post are still two totally different beasts when it comes down to putting on a professional or a semi-professional show that's now being seen by all of these people that has the Disc Golf Network's name on it. When it was just Johnny and I in Smashbox and, a few thousand viewers, like it was a different world.
Well, and it's funny because we saw that the GK Pro Skins match, a lot of people really liked what Germ brought to the table for that. But even that was unique because it was literally freeform Germ. Hey, dude, fill air, talk. We all know Germ can do that.
Yeah.
You and I, you could do that. I could do that. Germ's good at it, but I'm saying if you don't have a path to take, like, hey, we need you to talk about this for a minute and then shut up because we're going to a commercial. Then you're going to talk about Paul. Then you're going to talk about Brodie. Then you're going to talk about
you got
Simon.
These production, you got these packages coming in and sponsorships and all that stuff.
It was such a different thing. So I think Germ obviously could do, he could do it, but there are, like you said, differences between what the post-production guys do when, you've done post-production where you sit and talk about a shot for 20 seconds and then it's gone and you have to move on because there's something else on the screen. There's way less time to do things. So it's really an interesting difference.
Well, and so
here's
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
go.
I was just going to say, I'm looking into now, that's your first couple of years. Now I look at, something that I didn't even dissect fully today, but Pro Tour, I know had an announcement talking about tour cards, qualification methods. Obviously we just saw MPO and FPO Rookie of the Years announced. Congratulations, both Emily Beach along with Isaac Robinson. All these different things are kind of unfolding. Did you consume anything out of the Pro Tour tour card qualification and whatever? I mean, I'll admit I didn't read the email yet, but did you read it? Is there anything that jumped out at you?
I just quickly looked over just to kind of see where like my situation was. I didn't really get too much into digging too much into like the qualifications. If you weren't in I believe it's top 80 now for MPO. Yep. And I think it's like top, was it 30?
40 for FPO wrong. I'm seeing
40 for FPO. So I saw that I was in the top 80. And so that kind of like, after that, I kind of skipped. Yeah, I kind of skipped. I think I'm actually good for 2 years.
Okay.
I think I'm good for 2023 and 2024, I believe. I think that's what they're going to do moving forward is like if you qualify, you get your tour card for 2 years. But again, these are all things that I haven't dug into, so I could be wrong there. But
okay.
I mean, obviously like getting into these tournaments is getting harder and harder and harder. So, being able to qualify for that and know that I have a spot at most of the tournaments I want to play in next year. Obviously, there's a couple that I still need to qualify. I believe Champions Cup and USDGC are the two big ones. But outside of that, yeah, definitely feel good about it.
So to follow that all up, looking at 2023, looking at the fact that, a couple of weeks ago, we just saw the first Silver Series of 2023 this weekend. Again, fingers crossed, we're looking at the second 2023 event. And then what they announced for next year in terms of playoff events and playoff plus events and a bunch of stuff I still haven't even fully
Elite
dissected.
Series plus.
Yeah, sure. Okay. that sounds like the next size I need to wear when I go to the GM. Anyway.
Yeah.
So my question is, do you feel like the Pro Tour essentially is what this boils down to? Is it headed in the right direction? Is there things that just this is making sense to you? With some of the background in other sports and other productions, do you feel like things are moving in the right direction?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think I've been a fan from the beginning of all the people that are kind of making the moves and stuff for the Pro Tour. There's very few things that they've done that I felt like was caught me off guard. I think there was one of them was like, I don't know who the heck was running their Twitter account one time, but like he was tweeting some stuff that I was just like, what? I don't know if you guys remember that, but there was one moment where the Twitter account was going off a little bit. But also, I'll give you guys a little piece of advice. Start trying to say silver event and elite event, because the series is gone, and it is so hard to like not say silver series because it like rolls off your tongue so much. And I've said it so many times. But yeah, apparently that's a big thing too, is like they don't want to call it a series anymore because it was confusing. Yeah. Because people thought like the silver series was different than the elite series or whatnot. But again, like that's like something that seems silly, but like that small change probably makes a lot of sense down the road to have elite events and silver events and not have series, because yes, a series is separate, and why would they be together? So
sure,
I think what they're doing is, I mean, I love the direction that they're going, and my big, it's not really conspiracy theory, but my big idea of what these elite plus events are is I think this is the Pro Tour, because again, I think what they've done really well is like slow rolled stuff out. I think what they're doing with these Elite Plus events is getting people slowly used to the idea of having 4 rounds at events with cuts. Because I think eventually that is what the tour is going to be. You're going to be playing, there won't be an Elite Plus events. They will all be 4-round events with cuts.
And that's just your hypothesis?
Or that's my guess. Okay. No, I don't have any, I have no insider information. I get fed. Trust me, no one tells me anything because they know if they say something, it'll probably be sent out somewhere. So I have no insider info, but that's just my guess, is like, why else would you have these events that are more important than other ones? Especially because the fields are probably going to be the exact same at these Elite Plus events as the elite events. But my guess is that's them testing the waters. How do we get 4 rounds? Because again, from a production standpoint and from a viewer standpoint, having a cut is way better. One, you have way less people to deal with when the actual story of like the tournament finishing matters. You're not going to have as many backups. You're not going to have to deal with all that stuff on the final round. And then also you have stuff to talk about at the beginning of the tournament, right? Like sometimes at the beginning of the tournament, there's nothing to talk about, but you can all of a sudden switch it to like, Nate Sexton is on the cusp of not making the cut, and he has this long making the cut line, or like this person's made the last 7 cuts in a row, or you have other storylines to tell when there's a cut involved. And then also just from a player perspective, like I've always said this, like if I'm a dead animal essentially on my way out, I just want someone to finish me off. Like I don't want to have to show up the next 2 days and just like, or next day or whatever, knowing that like I have no chance of cashing. So I'm just like, finish me. Let me have an extra day to get to where I need to go next and start my practice and get going. And again, I think the tour is getting less of people that are like going to tournaments for an experience and going it for as their job. Like if your job is to make money on tour, the last thing you want to do is stay in a city, spend extra money in a city that you have no chance of making money. Like, already get me out of there and let me go start working on trying to make money at the next event. So I think it's slowly going in that direction. And I think also I love the idea of having all these extra events, because again, my theory is eventually there's going to be, let's say like 20 elite events, and only 13 are going to count. What's going to end up happening now is you're going to have players that can actually build out their schedule more. Where last year, other than the silver events, it really felt like you had to play everything. And I think eventually you're going to get to the point of where players are going to be able to pick and choose tournaments and say, I like this one. I want to go to this one. This one has the biggest purse. I got to go there. And I think, again, now you're going to build a little bit of competitiveness between tournaments to try to get the top dogs to go to their events. So they're going to work harder at trying to get more sponsors. They're going to work harder at trying to have a better event. And I think all the things kind of grow from there. So I love it. I think it's exciting. I'm a huge fan also, something that hasn't really been talked about that much. I'm a huge fan of the Sula Open, becoming an elite event, because now I also think having 2 weeks over in Europe is going to make it to where more players are going to go out there.
Sure.
Versus before, the Sula event was a silver event last year, but still most people were just going out there for the European Open. And now I think having the elite event, I think you're going to have more guys make that trek over for both events. And I think that's just going to make the European Open way more competitive and way more exciting.
So I have to ask you, I think you're right with the 4-round event. I think the Pro Tour will slowly start to go there. I don't think it's coming in the next 2 years.
No.
But I think they will slowly start to do that. Cut after 2 rounds or 3 rounds for you? Because in
this
golf,
is where
isn't it 2 rounds?
It's 2.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so
it's 2.
Is 36 holes enough in disc golf to make a spread? And I'm thinking, like, I imagine a scenario where, cool, we cut on Friday, boom, gone. But somebody in the area is running a tournament. Everyone who doesn't make the cut, you can go play this extra little event.
Oh,
like, imagine,
that's kind of sweet.
Wouldn't that make sense if there's an elite series event, elite event in Portland? Awesome. Portland at Blue Valley or whatever it is running a huge event. You get cut on Friday, but maybe there's an event on Saturday, and
they leave a couple spots open for.
They leave 5 to 7 spots open for MPO and FPO.
I don't hate that idea.
I mean, if I were a tournament director and I knew that a cut was happening on Friday, I would do that. Why not? Or even Saturday and have a Sunday event. But some people are going to want to move on to the next city. Do you want to play? I mean, it's almost a guaranteed $200 to $300 in your pocket if you can win an event, because the guys that aren't making the cut in the elite events are probably top 5 in this quote unquote regional event. We'll say. I don't know. I'm just thinking.
There was a lot of good players that missed cuts this year.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see a lot of that.
Or rather, missed cash, I guess, would be a better, because there weren't that many tournaments we had cuts. I'm definitely open to, like, I don't really have anything that's like it has to be after 2 rounds, or no, it can't be after 3. Like, I don't really have a reason after 2 or 3. The only thing I would say that I have as like benefits is if you do after 2, you're going to make the weekend you're going to have 2 rounds of just super smooth play, and like playing in basically the MVP Open, for example. We had 85 people in that event. Like, that event just felt like it went super smooth. And then obviously going to the Tour Championship, where there was like no one at that event, like that, like you felt like you're almost on the course by yourself. So like playing with a much smaller field, I think is just going to make it much easier to kind of pace a play, smooth, get people around. The only other thing too that I would say is that it could be awkward if you had like a double course event where you go Woods, Open, Woods, and then make a cut.
Mm-hmm.
I think now you're favoring the Woods people, and vice versa. If you go Open, Woods, Open, now that tournament favors the Open people to make the cut versus the Woods. That would be kind of iffy to go 3 rounds. But yeah, I'm not sure. I love cuts, because it's like, man, it's just
get them out of the way. Get those people out of the way.
Everyone in the media loves cuts, because you're right. It makes our day way shorter. It makes your day shorter. It makes the tournament feel smoother. Everything feels better when there's less people on the course. And everything is nicer.
And here's the thing too, is like obviously the PGA Tour does it, right? And their field strength, I would say, is way better than the Disc Golf Pro Tour's field strength top to bottom. But again, it's like some people are just like, it's just not their week. It's just not their week. They're not playing well. And I just think for even fans that are going to the event, it'd be nice to just see everyone that like wants to be there. Because I'll be the first to tell you, like, when you're not playing well at an event, it's really hard to go out there and like battle when you're like, I'm battling to like not get 100th and try to make 85th.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just think the product kind of gets watered down a little bit if you have those people in the field the final 2 days, or the final day rather.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, and I think that continues what you said about the cut and when. I look to Ledgestone, who has the two different, very distinctly different courses. You look to out at Smuggler's Notch, two distinctly different courses, and I guess I feel like, okay, well, 2020. I mean, if we're really getting to split hairs, 2022. Even though I guess Worlds isn't
Fox,
there, but
Brewster,
you know
Fox,
what I mean.
And then
yeah,
you go
Fox, Brewster, Fox,
split
and then
up
the
year
next
after
year,
year.
you reverse it. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, those are all considerations for when you have the cut and how many events. And like we were saying on the board, some people are talking about if that's going to be the trend or not. Who knows? But who else doesn't benefit from it would be media crews. The people that have to travel to the next event. When do you get that day off? If you're going to have a 4-day of potentially a full 4-day event and then another tough. Full 4-day event, that can be tough on the players that do make it. That can be tough on the staff, the crew, the media, all the other part of the, in air quotes I'll say, the traveling circus that does extend those opportunities. And I know we're growing and expanding to have more personnel, but next thing you know, people are.
So what about 3-day, 2-day cut?
I'm a big fan of it. I've got no problem with that.
With what, 3-day or 2-day?
I'm sorry. I'm fine with
you do. Yeah, you do a 3-day tournament and you cut after the 2 rounds.
Yeah,
I'm also
so that way you still have that extra day. Yeah, you still have that extra day for travel. Because I agree with you. I mean, like some of these turnarounds, like I don't even know if it's feasible to do 4-round because like it'd be tough.
Exactly,
it'd be really really tough.
And I think
with the travel.
Well, and that's what I said. I think that we're eventually getting there to 4-day events, but it's not until we're going to have those 20 events where you can pick 13 of them or whatever it is. And then you can take I am not going to do the Portland to Kansas City back to back. Like there's no way I'm doing that. So nobody cares if you skip one. And then that's when you're going to have separate media crews. It's not going to be, you're going to find everything on Jomez. You're going to find some events on Jomez and some on Gatekeeper for lead card.
Sure.
And conspiracy theory, it's all going to be on the Pro Tour page, and and someone's filming it and they're putting it there. That's.
Have you guys seen the tournament that's getting the short end of the stick this year?
Is it D-Glow again? There always seems to be D-Glow.
No. This is my future pit or future thought. I don't think anyone's showing up for this tournament. No one. So like if you're trying to win an event, you go to this event because no one will be there. Are you looking at the schedule, Terry?
I was just pulling up the schedule to see.
Okay.
There's
one that just jumps. There's one that jumps out of the page of like no one's going to play this event.
Usually it's the one where everyone flies over to Europe. It's that week
either the week before Europe would be the Kansas City Wide Open, as that's considered a silver event, and then the week after Europe is the Mid-America. That's also a silver event. So both of those will be on the chopping block because a lot of our
look at the one right before Worlds
players. The one right before Pro World. Wait,
Rochester.
Oh
yeah.
No
one's going to that.
Yeah, and that's a silver event.
You're going to go to that and then literally finish on Sunday and then have to drive all the way up to Smuggler's Notch and get into – because I think Worlds is also starting
Worlds would probably start on Wednesday, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so you're going to drive all through the night on Sunday and then get there and just have 2 days to get ready for Worlds? I don't think so.
The one thing that the other argument to that would be is that people know Smugs pretty well. Smugs isn't going to be new where
they're
Worlds
changing
is.
Brewster. They're changing Brewster a bunch.
Yeah, I think
that's
they're changing
what the
4
word
or 5
on
roles.
word on the street is Brewster is getting kind of a facelift a little bit for Worlds.
And here's what I'll say about the silver event: that it's late in the season, so is it true you can only count so many silver events on next year? 3.
Oh, really?
3.
Yeah, because this year it was 2, I believe. The most you could have was 2.
But they're boosted up to 50% now. So like last year they were only 25%, but now they're 50%.
Yep.
But
so you can play 10, but only 3 can count. Your 3 best finishers.
Correct.
So which is
correct.
Which is kind of my Paul Macbeth conspiracy for this week, where he's supposed to play the Jacksonville event It's a silver event, but it's going to count towards next year. So he gets one in under his belt now.
Yes.
He doesn't have to play one. He gets another week off next year because it's going to count towards that. Just like you said, you were possibly going to head out to Jacksonville. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, looking at the schedule, because I kind of throw it. I don't know who did this. I don't know. I saw Eagle post this on Instagram or something. I got this idea from someone. I don't know who it was, but I throw my schedule in I throw it in a Sheets, like a Google Sheets thing.
Yep.
And from May 12th through September 14th, there is a tournament every week.
Yeah.
So I beg the question, is that good or bad?
Well, so that's the thing is like I'm strategically planning my schedule to where I can, I hate to say it, but like it might be the greatest name of any tournament I've seen, Zootown Open. I might not be playing at the Zootown Open because if I play the Zootown Open, because I'm definitely playing Beaver State Fling and I'm definitely playing the Cascade Challenge because I'm already going to be out on the West Coast, and those are right in between OTB Open and Portland. So I'm doing those 4. If I do the Zootown Open, that means I'll literally do those 4 events. Then I do the Zootown Open. Then I do DDO. Then I do Des Moines. Then I do Preserve. I mean that right there. That's 8 weeks in a row. And then I have 1 week off before I fly over to Europe to do that. So like I don't know if I really want to do that. So that's where it's like you have to be kind of strategic in what you want to do. And yeah, you guys are definitely right in the sense that like Jacksonville is a sweet one to try to get in under your belt and play well at. Because that was kind of my plan last year of like, let me play in all the silver events early in the season. But my plan backfired because I played terrible. So like,
there's a little caveat to that.
You have to play well. I was getting like 1.5 points. I was like, well, that's not good. But yeah, I think people are definitely going to have to make decisions on what they want to do, and the way I travel and stuff like that. Me being out on the road that long is just not very beneficial to me. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how people's schedules for silver events kind of change here and there, because I think last year we saw the first couple, it just made sense. And you might see that again with the Beaver State and the Cascade Challenge. Like we're all out there. Probably those fields are not going to be very much different than the elite events. But later in the season, it'll be interesting to kind of see who decides to play here and who doesn't.
I couldn't stress that enough. I think, and that's when someone, I'll just pick a name, Ricky Wysocki is like, yeah, I'm not playing blank. We can't be surprised by that at a certain point throughout the season, because people are going to have to pick and choose. Even if it seems like it's obvious they're there, there's going to be events where they're just going to have to pick and choose to occasionally take off for whatever reason, mental, physical, and everything in between, just have to take off once in a while. That kind of grind is not sustainable.
It's not going to shock me to see anyone take off a silver event.
Oh, for sure.
Any of them. It's the elite series that when someone decides they're not going to play, like, oh, I'm not going to play Idlewild, and that's going to be like, wow, okay. So,
but it's going to happen.
And I think too, with the schedules, I think a couple things are going to be cool from this. One, the majors. One thing that I've always kind of been like, why the heck is this a major? Like everyone, it just doesn't feel any different. I think majors are going to start feeling different because they will be one of the few tournaments in the future where the best players are all there. Because if you look at who was at USDGC, who was at, obviously the European Open was the weakest field by far. But if you look at the other majors, Champions Cup, Worlds, and USDGC, it's not much different than all the elite events. It's pretty much the same top guys. But I think what you just said, like Ricky saying, like, I'm not going to play this event, like more people are going to do that. And so as a fan of the sport, not just a player, as a fan, like I'm going to be more excited to tune in to these majors because this is one of the few events of the year that I know the entire field is going to be there. And I don't know if we're there yet or we're close to there. Obviously, like Ledgestone kind of gets put on a little bit of a pedestal because of the payout in the past, but other payouts are kind of catching up. Right now, like an elite event is an elite event, right? Like no one really looks different. I think down the road, as these events get more and more kind of built out, more history, more stuff like that, there's going to be people that are like, I really want to win at Idlewild, because Idlewild is a way bigger win than going out and winning the OTB Open, because that will happen. Even though they're the same classification, even though they both will go down as an elite event, the fans, the players, there will be some events that stand above the rest, and those fields will also be probably a little bit stronger, of where, it just means more to the pros, or the payout is the biggest there, or whatever it may be. There's a reason why those events matter more, even though they're under the same classification. And I think that's just going to be cool to kind of see all that stuff kind of work itself out, and see what players end up deciding is like, I need to play this and I don't want to play this event.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as you're saying, there's payout has gotten us to a certain point, but now there's nostalgia, there's history, there's just the overall timing of it. Like, let's face it, poll 90, and if you polled our players, 99% of them are like, yeah, I don't ever want to miss Maple Hill and Smugs. Like, that time of year,
even
in
if they
that
weren't
section of the
events.
country, yeah, even if they're not playoff events, they just want to be there. And so, those feel like they're just staples no matter what happens. And then everyone else kind of is vying for, winning over the love. And at a certain point, some of these courses will either grow out of, or they'll get surpassed, because someone like an Eagles Crossing comes along and just is undeniably needs to be on the list, or whatever.
That's a hot take. That's
whatever I'm just saying, whatever the property is. Now, to be fair, I've never been to Eagles Crossing.
They're not sending us all the way out there. Come on.
I'm just saying, there's going to be, and you said it earlier, there's going to be this good, healthy rivalry between the events and between the venues of who can attract the players, who can get them there. The clubs are going to be fighting harder and harder to have elite level play happening at their course. There's going to be more people that are going to come along and build your Maple Hills and build your Eagle Crossings, so on and so forth. Those are going to continue to develop as well. So it's
and I think
we're all
too,
in a pretty damn good spot. Let's put it that way.
I think too, you're going to have, like, the Disc Golf Pro Tour is going to have their sponsors, right? They're going to have people that from tournament to tournament, they're sponsoring their commercials, all that stuff. But then there's going to be specific ones, like we've seen at the Tour Championship, right? Like, that's where we've kind of had the biggest, I guess, media or biggest, like, visual of, like, certain people that are like, we only care about this tournament. We haven't seen that as much at other tournaments. There's not like, I guess Ledgestone, right, with Nate owning the company and all that stuff, we see it a little bit there. But we haven't seen it as much in other tournaments. But that's where I think it's going to get real interesting, is when you start having, like, this sponsorship battle of, I want our tournament to be best. What are you talking about? What do we need to do? Oh, we need to make the payouts bigger? Okay, here's an extra $50K. Like, that, I think, is where it's going to be real, real interesting moving forward, of seeing how sponsors are going to be like, we're throwing our money and our time and effort into this tournament. We want it to be better. We want it to be the best tournament on tour. And then in other tournaments, like, well, we're doing the same thing over here. We want our tournament to be best. Because I think you're seeing that right now with clubs. Obviously, there's tons of clubs that are putting in crazy amounts of effort and stuff to try and make them the best, but they just don't have the funds, right? Like, you can do a lot more, well, depending on who has the money, but you can do a lot more when there's a lot of money involved. So
you touched on one other thing that I was thinking a little while ago, which is the Disc Golf Pro Tour, the sponsors, the outside sponsors. And this is something that you did talk about. This is something we've talked about, being in the game for 25 or 30 years, but Pro Tour Championship specifically has really garnered up some outside of the sport sponsors. You think about the mortgage company last year, you think about Barbasol this year, Johnsonville, obviously, so on and so forth. There, LL Bean comes to mind as well. All of these legitimate companies that are not disc golf centric. I guess my question to you is, a couple years in now, Are you happy or disappointed in who's come on board, and maybe even the quantity, not necessarily the quality, but the quantity of outside sponsors who have come on board? Where do you feel on that scale?
I mean, I think obviously like the names you just listed off, like those are good companies. You know, if those companies reached out to me on an individual standpoint to say, hey, we want to do an Instagram post or a sponsored YouTube video, like I would be stoked. I'd be very happy to work with those.
Would you
So
shave?
I think
would you go clean shaven for Barbasol? All of it?
Yeah, he would. They'll
I
write
did
him a
that
check.
with,
Put it on your face.
I did that with what is it, One Blade.
Did you?
Yeah.
God, wow, I'm blanking on the name of the actual company, but the name of the razor is One Blade or whatever. Yeah, I shaved my whole face off. Kelsey hated it.
Kelsey, look at the paycheck.
She didn't mind that. But
Yeah,
she
exactly.
Didn't like having to stare at me without a beard for a little bit. But yeah, no, I think what the Pro Tour is doing good. Like, and again, this will be something that tons of people will disagree with me on, and I don't even know if I'm 100% right, but I feel right. I think production is. I think they are. I think it's we're and like stepped on the hose, and we've got like bare water going out there because our numbers are growing from right. They're growing from Jeff. Just is trash or we good?
Yeah, well, that's what. Sorry, yeah. Thank you for noticing.
boy.
That's what we're just double checking.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Just looked like your internet freaked out for a second.
I could be back. I'll be back. I can try to switch over to a different internet. Hold on.
You can try refreshing the browser. That might work.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you refresh the browser and we lose you for a sec, then you'll pop back on. That works. We're gonna wait for just a moment. A little technical difficulty. Not
bad. We got through an hour and 42 minutes with him with no technical difficulties. That's
there
pretty
we
good.
Go. Now you're
welcome back, Brodie.
Okay, test.
Okay,
Okay,
all good.
All right. Sorry.
Okay.
So you were saying about the sponsors?
Well, I think someone just came in and I think some post production just came in and sliced off my internet. They didn't want me to get my my thoughts out. No, I think it's a numbers game. It's simply a numbers game. And the conversations I've had with companies and stuff, I've made connections with YouTube and social media and stuff like that. At the end of the day, it's just like they're like, no, we just want to sponsor you or pay for you to do like your trick shot or pay for you to like post on. They're like, we don't really care about disc golf. And again, it's numbers, right? And gosh dang, this internet's killing me. Hold on, I'm gonna try.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad, honestly. It was a glitch here and there, but you were doing all right.
Not brought to you by Spectrum Internet Service or AT&T Fiber.
Brought to you by Mason Productions.
Mason Agency. Yeah.
The jokes keep on coming.
Yeah, they do. So we'll just wait for a moment here for Brodie, who's probably reconnecting there at his residence. And then we'll see if we can get him back on here. If you do have any other quick questions, we might be able to try and slide them in. We're going to be wrapping up here with Brodie pretty soon. But if you got a question, put it in the chat. Make it special. You know what I mean?
Like super special?
Just
okay. If it craps out, I apologize for everyone watching.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. We're almost done anyway. Don't worry. We've only.
So you're saying that the number, it's a numbers game essentially right now, and you're saying companies don't necessarily care about the sport, but they like what the numbers that your platforms that you've acquired, or what's that conversation like?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think my dealings with companies, it's two things. You either have like an in with someone, like the owner of the company or the owner or like the head of marketing, whatever, like their kid watches your videos. And so they like tell, the dad sees or the mom sees them constantly watching this and they're like, who is this? It's like, oh, it's Brodie. He throws Frisbees, whatever. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden you get an email being like, my kid won't stop talking about you. Do you want to do like this brand deal with us? Like there's that side of where you just have some people that just are passionate about it. There might be someone that loves disc golf in a company and is constantly like trying to tell people like, hey, like we need to be putting money into disc golf. Or there's a side that just simply like the numbers are so huge that you're just like, we have to get involved. I don't think disc golf is there yet as far as like the numbers being massive to where companies are like, this is a no-brainer. We need to go into this. And I think also when the numbers are as small as they are with disc golf, companies have to be smart with, what kind of product they have or what their service is that they're trying to sell to this audience. They have to look at the market and see who they actually are marketing to. It's the same thing as like, if you're a girl on Instagram and you have a ton of followers because you post pictures of you in bikinis, you have a ton of guy followers. But if you all of a sudden like make a post about some beef jerky and tell people, hey, you need to buy this beef jerky, it's my favorite beef jerky, it's probably not going to sell that well. Versus if you're a girl that does makeup and all your followers follow you for makeup, and now you come out with a new like, hey, I don't even know about it. This new
eyeliner,
this new brush. Yeah, this new brush is so good. You guys have to buy it. That's probably going to work a lot better, you're bang for your buck. So I think with disc golf, we're in the more of the, let's see what, disc golfers are willing to buy or what they're into and whatnot. And like, I think, you look at Barbasol, for example, like, a lot of guys play disc golf. A lot of guys shave. That seems like a pretty good kind of relationship for them. And I think the big key for these is going to be, or at least for me, like the thing I'm looking at is like, how many does Barbasol want to be involved next year? I think that's going to be the big one, because if Barbasol says like, hey, you guys did awesome, we love this was great, you guys were great for our brand. Because again, I don't think a lot of these have to be like, we didn't generate, we paid you guys $100,000, we didn't generate 50,000, 60,000. Like, this makes no sense. Like a lot of times, December, for example, everyone knows that December companies just have to throw their money out, because if you are marketing and you have a marketing budget of $1 million and December rolls around and you have money left over in your marketing budget, what does the owner of the company go? Oh, well, clearly you guys don't need that much money next year, so we'll just have a $900,000 marketing budget. So these marketing people are just tossing money out at people, being like, do this, do this, do this. And so like a lot of times that's what will end up happening is like $100,000 to Barbasol is probably nothing. I don't know I just threw the $100,000. I don't know what the deal was. But in the grand scheme of things, as far as their marketing concerned, it's probably absolutely nothing. So if they just feel like, hey, we really liked how you guys portrayed us as a brand, we really like the comments that we were seeing from social media or whatever, we'd love to continue to build this relationship. I think that's going to be huge for disc golf moving forward. It just is attaching the name to a couple companies that really, really like it and continue to kind of move forward.
Yeah, and I know we talked with...
At the end of the day, I don't know.
I mean, we talked with Sean Jack 2 or 3 weeks ago, who does all the marketing for not the marketing, he's like the advertising sales and such for the Pro Tour. And he was saying how Barbasol contacted him, and they did like it. They did like what we were doing with the integration and the close shave shot of the day and whatever we were.
That's great.
I thought
that
they
was
were
fantastic.
very pleased. Is kind of the the quick follow back.
But I think you're right. We'll see what really happens next year, because we saw Guarantee Rate Mortgage vanish. They're gone. They were the Pro Tour sponsor. There was another big sponsor that first year as well that just never showed back up, and that could just be it just didn't fit. It wasn't right. There's a lot of different reasons, or market. The market's different now for mortgages than it was a year or two ago. Things like that change. So
to kind of pull the curtain back too for people listening that maybe don't know too much about how like the social media marketing, all that stuff goes. And I'm assuming it's similar to like what I deal with is probably similar to what the Disc Golf Pro Tour deals with their sales. Is at the end of the day, like I just lost my train of thought. Okay, yeah, back. Okay, if a company, there are these like big networks, right? To where a company will have, let's say, $100,000, and again, $100,000 to them is nothing. So they're going to sprinkle $100,000 on YouTube instead of maybe putting all their eggs in one basket and doing $100,000 with one YouTube creator. They find a network and they go to the network and they give the network $100,000, and then that network spreads it amongst their creators. And now you have 7 or 8 creators that are all making content based off of this new product that's about to launch, and now that's the nice sprinkle that they wanted on social media. So when it comes to like events though, like, and this is what I saw a lot as an influencer, is depending on what it is. So like I did something with like Visa in the Super Bowl. That kind of like how much Visa was involved on that was so much heavier and so much like more meetings, more like having people on the ground from Visa. Like they were very involved with that integration, versus I've done stuff where they're just like, hey, post whatever. And I'm like, oh, I can just do whatever I want. They're like, yeah, just do whatever and we'll send the check. And I think right now, I could be wrong, but I think that's kind of where we are a little bit for Barbasol, right? Like, I don't know how involved they were, but my guess is they probably didn't have anyone on the ground, like at the site. My guess is they probably had a couple meetings maybe leading up to it. But a lot of times, I think sometimes what's holding back some of these companies is like, it's not worth their time. Like if they're going to put money towards something, they want to make sure they're hands-on and make sure like it runs well and their brand isn't, their logo isn't half covered out on the course right here. And this isn't, they want to make sure that's all hands-on. And like to them, throwing $100,000 at an event is not big enough because they're doing $15 million events or they're doing $10 million integrations. So I think right now we might be in the realm, and I could be wrong. You guys might have more information on this than I do, but my guess is how it's working is probably similar to how they kind of handle with a lot of social influencers, is they just kind of like work you through, you figure out a product and they're like, all right, go and do it. It's fine. And I think the big breakthrough is potentially having like a sponsor come in and be like, no, we're going to have people on the ground. We're going to make sure these signs are here and this. And then all of a sudden you have now the sponsor not just throwing money at the event, but they're also bringing manpower and they're bringing a bunch of other stuff that's going to make the event kind of more elevated. I could be completely wrong.
Yeah,
I think you're right, honestly.
Well, and I think there's somewhere in between you saying that needs to happen and it kind of happening, and that, again, insert Sean Jack. That's essentially his role, is saying, hey, Canna, how are we going to integrate you, into our broadcast? Is it, obviously right now we have the Canna current conditions. Sunstein has their patented moments. Those are conversations that take place. And I think as the tour gets bigger and as we all get more comfortable, it will be a matter of building out those integrations so they're seamless and so that they're natural. And I think that's kind of where we are right now. I mean, we have these integrations built in. It's just a matter of how natural are they.
My point I think was more, and this could be a completely terrible idea. I just thought of this right now and I'm just spitting it out. But like my point would be like Barbasol hiring a professional barber. They build out a full tent of Barbasol with cans and everything, and you can literally, when you're on the grounds at the Tour Championship, you can come in and get a professional barber shave right there on the course. Like that's something that, sure, the Pro Tour can like pitch, but like Barbasol is going to be like, that sounds amazing, go for it. Versus Barbasol saying like their team being like, we want to have this integration at the course, and them taking the reins and setting it all up. And the Pro Tour can kind of sit back and be like, we're bringing the fans, we're bringing the people to you, and Barbasol is kind of doing all the legwork. Because again, like if you haven't been on tour and you haven't gone out to these events early, the amount of stuff that the staff has to do week in, week out to get these tournaments set up is, and again, like, yes, have I complained sometimes about them not having water on the course and like signage not being up? Sure, I'm a selfish pro just like everyone else on tour. But when you sit back and really think about like what the tour staff is able to accomplish week in, week out, it's extremely impressive to see the amount of I mean, just even just putting the signage on the bands on baskets, like that takes time. And like there's a right way of doing it and there's a wrong way of doing it. Unfortunately, like Champions Cup, we saw some like where it was kind of wrong because it wasn't like always filled, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But my point being is like to add extra stuff to the plate of these people that are already putting in ridiculous hours to make sure the tournament is set up in the way for the players and the fans and stuff, to think that they have extra time to do stuff, I don't see it happening. So that's where it's like it's going to be, I will say, lovely for everyone involved when someone outside comes in and says, like, we want to elevate this event and we want to help it make it even better. And they're willing to put not just the money behind it, but also the people.
Yeah, because there's the event and then there's the broadcast. And those are two separate things. I mean, they're combined, but like what Terry was talking about was more broadcast related.
Yeah, and I think what you guys did on the broadcast, I mean, I think that was incredible. I thought the commercial that I don't know if they made that specifically for the Disc Golf Pro Tour the Disc Golf Network broadcast, or if that's just a commercial that they've had. But I thought the commercial was incredibly well done, and I thought all the integration that you guys did with the close shave shot and all that stuff, I thought that was really, really well done too. So
yeah, this kind of piggybacks, and we'll put it to bed then, but this piggybacks, I was on the PDGA podcast, which I think comes out tomorrow.
No, already came out. Came out today.
Today? Oh, good. I'm on that. Yay. So, but one of the things I did say, though, was just talking about just event sponsors in general. I personally, and I said, I'm over the idea of somebody coming to me and saying, hey, will you give us $50? We're going to put your name on the back of the shirt, or we're going to put you on a T sign. I said, I think all tournament directors, myself included, has to do something what you're saying, which is reverse engineer it. Rather than having just a platform of here's a bunch of opportunities for you and what you could do, go to the sponsor and ask the sponsor, how do you see your money stretching the most? How do you get most value out of it? Because I can put you in a program, I can put you on the website, I can put you on the back of a t-shirt, and I can put you on a T-sign. That might not appeal. Some people might be, heck yeah, sign me up, I'll take it. And other companies might look at that and be like, no, none of those like scratch my itch. Let's do something else. What if we brought in an entire, barber chair, experience or whatever? I think tournaments.
I'm starting to like that idea more and more, by the way. I'm really starting to like that idea the more you say it.
Yeah.
If it happens next year, I would love to see it.
Yeah. I know there was talk about other ways to do that. And then we've seen other barbers that have had integration on the tour, and just to think that that's a whole nother realm of possibilities of, having an official barber on the tour of some kind. Like it's amazing where we're going. And I said it earlier, we're all in a pretty damn good place. Disc golf's not perfect, but boy, it's exciting, and it's trending in the right direction.
Yeah, it's crazy to see just from the 3 years I've been in it. It's crazy to see kind of where it was to where it is now. Especially just on the actual event itself. I think tournaments and organizers and the local community and everyone involved is starting to get that, yeah, disc golf is exciting. Disc golf is fun to watch live, but we need to make something to where like you can bring the family, you can bring people that only want to watch disc golf for an hour and then go and do something else and then come back and watch more disc golf. Like it can't just be one of the first tournaments I went to was the Memorial, and it literally, like, if you just took a step back and like kind of looked like drone footage of what was going on at this event, it was literally just 4 people throwing discs around a park and a group of people just following. That was the event you were going to. There was nothing really else that made it feel anything different than the next day when you just have a bunch of, senior citizens walking around the park. Like there was no difference. And I think you're starting to see now signage. You're starting to see now just like small things, just like literally a little piece of rope that just makes a barrier between the course and the fans. Like that
Mm-hmm.
goes such a long way from someone just stepping out there and being like, oh wow, like they kind of have this thing figured out. So yeah, I've been very pleasantly happy with all the changes moving forward. And I'm sure next year they're going to blow us out of the way blow last year out of the way with the continued improvements moving forward at these tournaments.
Yeah, there's a lot we can all sit and, like you said, selfishly or otherwise, we can all sit and get nitpicky about. And clearly, not everything is perfect, and we're always going to continue to have these various growing pains. But for the by and large, especially if you're old school, like Johnny and I, and you've seen this very slow. It was this slow progression, slow but steady and methodical progression for 20 years, and then we just took off like a rocket ship in the last 2 or 3 years, and now we're kind of just trying to find our way, after that explosion, and it's been incredible. So. All right, Brodie. Man.
No, I have no.
What, you got more?
I got one more. I got the important. I have literally the important question. It's as they say. It's silly season. It's hot stove.
They say silly season.
They do. A lot of people say silly season. Terry.
I've never heard that.
What's your status? Discraft currently. Are you looking at next year? What are you?
Are you in a contract? Are you extending a contract? What do you got?
Where does Brodie fit in next year?
Well, I feel like I've thrown out a lot of like future predictions, so I'll throw another future prediction out. There will be something exciting coming in the near future.
That's generic, because you could be like, "Oh, it's exciting! I'm signing for 10 more years," or
that would be exciting.
I'm just saying it's safe and generic, but if that's what you're going to give us, we'll take it, I guess.
That's
something
what
exciting.
I got. That's what I got for you for right now. Unfortunately, sorry, not probably the answer you wanted.
But to be clear, do you have a contract through a certain time or year as of right now?
Yeah, up until December 31st, I believe.
Okay.
Is the last.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So,
are we going to see? Now,
are you trying to rephrase the question?
No, well, maybe a little bit. Are we going to see a either Foundation or Dark Horse exclusive line of discs?
That's a good question. I bet some people out there would love that.
I'm sure some people would.
Here's the thing I'll say with manufacturing, right? Like manufacturing discs is like it's a very scary thing to think about, because in the back of your head, like there could be someone that just says, you know what, let's dabble in disc golf and just see. And they come in and start selling discs that fly really good for $12.
I mean, we've always joked that like Nike, and we always just use Nike because it's the most distinguishable or
sports brand
brand in the world. Nike could come in and could conceivably overshadow every disc golf manufacturer combined. They get a right couple of people in R&D, and clearly they have the resources for it. Nike
they
tomorrow,
a couple people.
It's a write-off for them practically. The amount that
come
they could
in and produce 100 million discs, and may or may not be good, but they could definitely get into it tomorrow. Like it's no big deal. Is that a prediction that you think something like that might happen? Is that what you?
It's not necessarily. No, like I've made predictions tonight, and I feel pretty good about those predictions. That's not like I would not bet any money that would actually ever happen. Could it happen? Sure, but like coming from a business owner myself, right? Like I own 2 disc golf companies myself. Like my focus right now is 3 things, right? Trying to win, and then trying to continue to grow those 2 companies and continue to hire more employees that can say, like, I work for a disc golf company. Like my job is literally centered around disc golf. I think that's super cool, especially for people. Like we do have a couple people that disc golf isn't like as important to them in their life as others people in our businesses. But for the most part, like everyone that we hire loves disc golf. And so for them to be able to center around a disc golf company, I think that's pretty cool. So like that's my focus. And to think like, I mean, just throwing out numbers right now, like to actually have like a competitive manufacturing company, I mean, you're talking about probably at least a couple 7 figures to just jump in and like be competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do I want to do that and have it like blow up in my face? Probably not. Like that, like probably not. Like, would it be exciting to like, I don't know. Like, I mean, the thing is like my relationship with Discraft the last 3 years has been incredible. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we've been able to do a lot of really, really cool things together. And, you know, I think that it'd be different if I felt like I was handcuffed, I guess, with a manufacturer, right? And I felt like, well, I could be doing way more than I currently am doing. I'm just like being handcuffed and I'm not able to do the stuff that I want to do. That would be different. I don't have that situation. And so I think that makes my decision to like not want to go that route a lot easier. And from a foundation standpoint, right? Like, I think, you know, we're kind of getting a little off topic, but this is a fun topic to talk about. Like Infinite, like, I don't know how Infinite is doing what they're doing. If I'm just being completely blunt, I don't know how they can be a retailer, but also make their own discs, but not be a competitor. And this is my theory. I think their account is so big with these manufacturers that the manufacturers, like, we can't lose them as an account. But like, they are a competitor. Like, you don't see Discraft sending Innova discs to sell, and you don't see Innova sending Discraft discs to sell.
You see Latitude producing discs right in their factory that are dynamics and that are castoplasts and that are
kind of just
there's some weird stuff going on.
There is.
Now do we know, does Latitude have like percent company owner? Like, do we know any of that? Do we know, is that on the books anywhere of like, are they somewhat owning some of Castoplast? Are they somewhat have an ownership in some of these other companies?
Castoplast, I believe they do. I think they bought a percentage ownership in Castoplast. But
that
other than
sense.
that, I mean, I think now obviously we don't know now, and Latitude's funny because they just got bought out by a larger
investment
firm. Thank you. And so I would imagine that they kind of have almost 2 separate businesses. They've got a manufacturing business and they've got a disc golf business, and the disc golf business buys from the manufacturing business. And guess what? DD buys from the manufacturing business. And guess what? Castoplast or whoever else buys Latitude plastic, Latitude, I'll put in quotes, like that manufacturing area, that those plastics, they all get it. I mean, DGA buys their discs from Discraft. That's all Discraft stuff. Millennium got all their stuff from Innova. Like, we have had such a funny growth in our sport, and just this weird, like, there was only so many people that had these machines. And so if you wanted to have a disc made, you had to go to one of the experts. And for a while, there was like 4 companies that had that. It was like Whammo, Gateway, Innova, and Discraft. Like, that's what you had. And now we've got more. Legacy has disc. MVP is doing their own thing. It's interesting.
Do you think Discraft, because all the companies you just basically said are way bigger than the company they're making discs for, right? Like, all the only one that might be close, but I don't think so. I think Latitude's way bigger than Discmania. But everything you just said, like, what happens if all of a sudden DGA becomes massive? Because again, like, Discraft technically, right? Discraft, DGA, Innova, Millennium, Discmania. I mean, there's a reason why Discmania, right? There's a reason why, like, they don't really have that many discs made. because they're not making their own discs.
Well,
right?
Discmania is interesting because they bought like a warehouse right next door to Latitude, and they have their own machines now in their own warehouse that is strictly Discmania. But it's
okay. So maybe they're a bad. Maybe they're a bad example. But like,
well, they went to Latitude because Innova wasn't making enough discs for them.
Yeah.
But like,
priorities.
wouldn't that make sense? Like, wouldn't Discraft not want to make more DGA discs than Discraft discs? At a certain, like, you're basically if I'm DGA, like, you're basically stunting my growth, right? Like, but at the same, like, I don't know. It's we talked about it. It's weird. It's interesting.
Yeah.
My thing is like, I think going back to like the Infinite thing, right? It's just, I think at a certain point, someone, I don't know who, someone's going to put their foot down and say, hey, we've been playing super nice for like a really long time with everyone. We're not going to play nice anymore. And it hasn't happened yet. I haven't seen it. It seems like most of the disc manufacturing companies kind of play nice with one another and they all kind of whatever. But like as disc golf grows, there eventually will become a time where someone's going to be like, we can capitalize on this. And why should we help out other companies? I don't know. Again,
well, I've said for decades, if Dave Dunapace was sitting at his office tomorrow morning and he's like, Eureka, hello, I've got it. And he comes up with the greatest mold of all time, the best driver that's guaranteed to blow every record away. He's not likely calling up Millennium and being, hey guys, I did it. I found this one for you. Let's run it in for you tomorrow. Yeah, at a certain point, these people that are producing the plastics, that are making the molds and developing them, at a certain point, you have to feel like they kind of hold the ultimate power for that exact reason. Same thing at Discraft. I can't imagine Bob Giulio's like, man, I just designed the greatest mid-range of all time. Let me get Scott Kesey on the line and see if he wants it. Like, it's just not likely going to happen, in my opinion. Now, I've also talked to Thomas over at Latitude, and you know he's a mad scientist of sorts, and some people are coming to him, and it depends on what your altruistic vision is. You know, do you care that you're about to give a great mold to somebody? Is Rusco
if they
calling up?
If Rusco calls them and says, "Hey,
here's the specs, now make this," that's a different story.
Yeah, exactly. And
it's a very interesting, and I'm glad to have had some of the conversations I've had.
But if Foundation reached out to, we'll just say Discraft, and said, "We want 3 discs unique to us," they're going to be Foundation
Innova would hate
discs. That. What was that?
Innova would hate that, right?
Well,
Latitude would hate that. Like, don't you think?
Hate? Why hate that? Why would they hate it?
No, because you're a reseller. You're not much other than the size. My understanding, Foundation isn't much different than Infinite. Like, you could reach out to them.
No, the only difference is we don't make our own discs, though. Yeah. So we're technically
they don't make
not
their own discs
a competitor.
Either. Infinite.
Yeah,
they have
yeah.
They have molds. They have molds that technically probably Innova owns.
Is that the big? Because I was just thinking too. Like, I know. Stay with me here because this is gonna be a little confusing at the beginning. When you go down the grocery aisle and you're looking at cereals, right? You have Kellogg's, you have Post, you have all the big brands, but then you also have like the grocery brand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure the grocery brand, if I remember correctly, someone told me like the grocery brand. I always thought the grocery brand made that. The grocery brand's not like Kroger, Publix, H-E-B, whatever you go to. They don't have a manufacturing thing where they're making these cheaper Lucky Charms. Like, they're getting that from these other companies that are just making a cheaper product for the I believe, right? Is that
probably? That
sounds
right. And then just branding it. That sounds right.
Because how if you walk into a Publix has a branded version of everything. Like, how is that even possible, right?
Yeah.
So that is kind of, I guess, what you're saying is what Infinite's doing, right? They're not technically making it; they're just rebranding it as theirs. So maybe that is okay. So I guess the difference is all of a sudden Infinite starts rolling in manufacturing machines, and now they actually are making theirs. Now that's probably where things get gray area. Is that what we're thinking? The fact that they're not technically making them themselves is no one's upset with it.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what happened with Discmania. Like, as we said, Innova owned all the molds. They didn't own the names, but they owned the actual mold. So, like, when you wanted we'll just say a P2, which we have here, or whatever, I'm just going to make that up. But, when they left and they said, see, we're splitting with Innova, Innova says, cool, thanks for the mold. But the P2 name belongs to whatever. So that's when Discmania opened their own manufacturing, worked with Latitude, who had the expertise. Now, and again, that's however it works there. But yeah, I mean, technically, Foundation could probably go to Discraft and say, cool, we want 3 molds. And now, however you work that out with Discraft or Innova or Legacy or whoever you would go through, you would say there would have to be some discussions because, do you own the mold? Do you own or do they make the mold and own the mold? Because those molds are expensive. Those molds are like tens of thousands of dollars. It's very weird. But yeah, you could pay them.
Yeah, it gets dicey too, right? Because like Discraft, they want to make not only their customers happy, but they also want to make their clients, which are the retailers, also happy, right? Mm-hmm. And so I guess that's where it gets a little dicey, is because like with Infinite, there isn't really someone that is like connected to Infinite as I'm connected to Foundation. So I could see how other retailers, maybe not other manufacturers, but I could see how other retailers might be upset because the only way to get a Dark Horse buzz is on Foundation. And they're like, well, we don't have the option of getting a Dark Horse buzz. We want to get a Dark Horse buzz. It'd be the same thing as like if the only way to buy
Ledgestone.
All the specific Ledgestone discs.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are frustrated, and I'm good friends with Nate, but there's a lot of people that are frustrated that Ledgestone gets a large amount of machine time dedicated to hundreds of thousands of Ledgestone discs that then are exclusive to Ledgestone and can only then be bought from Nate specifically, but then Nate's turning around and doing all the other things he is. Again, there's pros and cons to all of this, and everyone's got their side or angle. And if you want to be mad, there's somewhere to be mad at, I guarantee you. And I've probably heard it or said it all myself. It's just a matter of like what side do you fall on, and how mad are you going to be about it? Is it in your favor or not? But
yeah, I mean,
to be fair, that's a Ledgestone conversation right there.
Like, can Foundation buy the Infinite discs, or is Infinite the only one that sells the Infinite discs?
See, we could but buy them from them, but why would we? Right? Because like to us, like again, like that's
you
just
buy them at whole. I didn't know if you buy them at wholesale or
you can.
Can you? Okay.
I think we'd buy. I think we'd buy them at. Yeah, I believe we'd probably buy them at wholesale. Mm-hmm. But again, like from my standpoint, like I'm just trying to, and I could be wrong. I could be way off here, and people will be like, that's stupid business. That doesn't make sense. The way I look at it is like, why would McDonald's ever buy a Whopper from Burger King to sell? That's the way I'm viewing this, right? Like, why would Foundation buy a disc from that Infinite makes to then sell?
You might not.
I could be an
I
could be an idiot, and people.
Well,
it
depends. It depends if you're concerned about Foundation. If Foundation's not making discs, and let's just say you're buying an Infinite disc at a wholesale price, and you're buying it at the exact same price you'd buy a Discraft disc, and you'd buy an Innova disc, and you'd buy a DGA disc. Who cares if your markup and your margins are the same? Then who cares if it's going to still sell, unless you're making your own discs and you're trying to actively push. And I mean, this is kind of the entire dynamic Discraft conversation from many years ago.
Oh yeah.
Dynamic discs used to just make apparel. And when they started making and selling their own discs, Discraft understandably was like, well, you have your own discs now. We're no longer going to sell you. And then Dynamic went to exclusively being the Trilogy brands, and that's why you can't go into Dynamic Disc store, right, in Emporia, Kansas, and find yourself a Wraith or a Buzz. They only sell their brand.
The only thing I would say that might be differently, and again, we might be making a bad mistake here, and people might say like, what you're doing is stupid business, Brodie. You need to be buying all these infinite discs. Like, when we buy discs, we promote those discs, right? We don't just assume that the manufacturers are going to promote the discs for us and tell people to go buy them on Foundation. So we then have to go out and promote the disc on our social platforms to help sell the disc. So like, the way I view it is like, why in the world would I want to promote a disc when in fact I'm kind of also promoting that other retailer, right? Like, and again, Ledgestone's a little bit different, right? It's a little bit different because they only do Discraft. They and you know, in Discraft's eyes, and maybe even our eyes, they're not really a competitor as much because they only do a specific brand. They almost are kind of a branch off of Discraft versus being like an Infinite or an OTB or whatnot. But like that, I guess that's my mindset of like why we don't purchase Infinite discs, or if OTB made a disc, or if any other retailer made a disc, why we wouldn't probably purchase it and then try to sell it is because, again, we would be doing promotion to their disc. And, you know, we want the other retailers that we have, we want their discs to kind of move versus, or not other retailers, sorry, the other manufacturer discs that we have, we want those to move, not necessarily another retailer's disc to move. But it is all very interesting.
Yeah, I can totally understand how Foundation would not want to promote another retailer. That makes 100% sense to me. But you know, Legacy or DD or things like that. Those are companies. I mean, everybody has their own store. Honestly, you can go to Discraft store, you can go to Innova store, you can go to DD store, right to their website. So no matter what you do, if you guys are throwing discs at pumpkins again or whatever they were doing, you know, you're still kind of promoting the other companies in their store. But
I think it's different though, right? Because like the reason why retailers work is, you know, for example, if you want to buy a Get Freaky, you know, you can go to Discraft and buy a Get Freaky. You won't have any idea what color it is. You won't know what weight it is. You won't know what stamp it is. And honestly, you might not even know when it will get to you. If you buy one on Foundation, you can pick the color, you can pick the stamp, you can pick the weight, and you're going to get a notification the next day that, oh, it's going to be here in 2 days. Like right now, the way that a lot of manufacturers work, they just can't. And this is across the board in a lot of other businesses, right? Like the reason why retailers work is they can just put their, you know, they're not having to put the money and the manpower to actually make the product. So they can put a lot more behind the promotion, the shipping, and doing all that stuff. And that's why they kind of have like a good relationship between the two. And a lot of people too, they might want to buy a Wraith with a Get Freaky. You can't, you know, now I'm going to go to Discraft and buy a Get Freaky, and then I'm going to go to Innova and buy a Wraith. I'm paying for shipping twice. Like, why don't I just go to this retailer and buy both at the same time? So like, I also see that. And then also too, like, who knows? Maybe we'll start seeing more of what like Emporia has with Dynamic Discs. And, you know, I don't know if Discraft I don't think they actually have a store in
Wixom. No,
not a physical.
Not their own.
Yeah, they don't have.
Store.
Maybe we'll start seeing stuff like that. I mean, that would be dope if like Discraft just had a store in Dallas. It'd probably do really freaking well, honestly. People like going in and touching plastic and feeling it and all that stuff. But like, again, the question is like, do they want to be putting money into that right now? Or do they want to be putting money into like making more discs, getting them out faster, all that stuff? So I don't know. It's very interesting. And a lot of disc golf business, I guess, I have questions, I guess, more than answers.
Sure.
For a lot of it. But yeah, it's been fun, obviously, kind of getting my feet wet in it a little bit and kind of seeing what happens, and you know, obviously trying to mix it up. I think that's huge, right? Like having when you see innovation, and this is what stuff I think in any kind of business industry, when you have other people doing different things to kind of mix it up, ultimately at the end of the day, that kind of makes it beneficial for the user. Like, I don't know if you guys just saw, but like Apple's changing their freaking charging port again.
Going to USB, they're kind of being forced to go to USB-C because the European Union says that they want a universal charging cord. So Apple has USB-C iPads, but they've never had USB-C iPhones. So they're going to kind of do USB-C iPhones, I think. And it's.
But like when they changed it initially, like was that all because like they were like, whoa, if we change this, then we can all of a sudden just make a lot of people have to buy new because all their old stuff doesn't. Like, was that a plan? Like, I don't know, but
some of it, I'm sure.
I think there's a huge proprietary component to Apple always trying to extract the most amount of money out of people. Now the technology might be great as well.
Yeah, I mean, there was a reason for the lightning cable. But
are you guys on the conspiracy theory that when like a new iPhone comes out, they like send something out to all the old iPhones to slow them down?
I am not.
You're not on that?
I am not on that personally. I've had an iPhone for years and years. My son still uses my old iPhone. I haven't in the last 4 or 5 years. I haven't noticed them getting significantly slower. But like the lightning cable made sense because it was an upgrade to what micro USB was, because it went both ways and it was a faster data transfer and this and that. And it was a big pain in the butt because everyone had micro USB. You know, everyone's phone had that stupid plug that only went in one way. And Apple was like, no, how about this? And then USB-C came along and said, hey, that's a damn good idea. And now Apple's going to be forced to put USB-C in, which I don't know how I feel about that, because just like in any other business, cool, USB-C is great now, but what happens in 2 to 3 years when Apple says, we've got a faster port, we've got a faster cable, it'll you can plug it in, and guess what? It does this and this, and we don't want to use USB-C because it's an inferior product. Right now, the European Union that's going to be a problem in a couple years. I don't know where it's going to go. I understand the concept of one cable will work. You'll have maybe less garbage. I don't know. This is a whole other discussion.
I was just going to say,
you just tweaked my tech brain, and then I'm just like running.
Terry doesn't care because when I texted him, it came up green. So I know he doesn't care because he doesn't even have an iPhone.
You got it. I am staunchly opposed to Apple products and phones for lots of different reasons.
Where's the headphone jack on your phone, Terry?
Yeah. Anyway.
It doesn't have one.
But you can see how like, my point being, like, if you are this Apple person like I am, right? Like I have a Mac, I have an iPhone, it just makes sense. It'd be very difficult for me to all of a sudden just jump on the Samsung. Like, I'm kind of at Apple's, like, whatever they do, it's just like I have to deal with it. And I think not having that in disc golf is a good thing. Like, having it to where you can bounce around to other companies. If someone does something that you don't like, there's another company that you can bounce to, or if someone all of a sudden innovates and does something crazy, you can change and go that way. Like, I use that example because I don't care how good of a Samsung camera comes out or how much storage or battery, like, I'm sticking with Apple, and I'm stuck with it.
They've got you stuck.
They got me locked in. I'm locked in. I can't get out.
I'm with you. I love a lot. I've got an iPhone. I used to have a Mac. I use a PC now for other reasons. Like, there are certain things that they lock you into. It would take something phenomenal for me to change. Like, if Samsung came out with like a tiny phone that was this big, but it folded out to be a full tablet or something crazy, like, I'd be like, wow, that's awesome. Maybe I'll switch over to that. But until something phenomenal comes out, even if Apple's isn't the best, I'm sticking with my iPhone. Just the way it is.
Like, why do I care about the green text? Why do I care about it? I care about it so much. I shouldn't. It shouldn't. There's nothing to it, but I care. I care about it so much, and I don't know why. They have me.
The whole world's about status and capitalism, and that's
unbelievable. And Apple is staunchly opposed to the new RCS standard that Google's trying to implement. and Apple will refuse to go with it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's trust me, it's a whole nother thing. I mean, it's literally text messages are still SMS and they shouldn't be anymore. There's better products, but there are standards, competing standards. And again, I'm a tech guy. I listen to a lot of tech podcasts. That's my life. I do it. Apple can be a total asshole. They can just and they own
and all their users
and they own a good portion of the market. Like, and it's tough, man. You're right. You shouldn't care about green versus blue bubbles, but we do.
I don't see any stupid bubble, and I don't care. I mean, that's how I feel about it.
Terry, you want to see how yours come
No,
out?
I don't care.
It's the same thing in disc golf, right? Like, you shouldn't care about a halo, but people do.
See,
right?
Terry's
like, you
are green.
Yeah, it's so ugly. It's so
it
ugly.
is.
The green is so ugly.
And you don't think that's on purpose? You don't think Apple I'm sure they do. I'm sure there's a UI decision.
100%.
Like, I should be able to change the color of the bubbles. Why not? But no, Apple's like, no, that we want them different. So that you're not talking to someone. You know,
you're not. You don't. I mean, I judged you immediately when you texted.
As you should.
You
should.
And I'm like, oh, another one of those sheep using Apple. Go figure. So, one of those uppity, overpriced sheep.
The thing is that his phone isn't any more expensive than your phone, probably.
No, it's not.
But in general, yeah.
Pixel, Google owns me. Google owns us all, and finally,
they know what we're all doing anyway. They don't
exactly.
care.
All right, Brodie.
Wait, last thing.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
One last thing.
We're in no hurry.
Last thing. Yeah, I mean, Kelsey's been passed out for 2 hours, so I don't have anything going on. We came back from Mexico, and it's been a while since I've gone through like customs. I mean, because I think when Finland, it was different or something. I don't know. But we came back, and like I went to like hand them my passport, and they're like, "Oh no, just stand there." And I'm like, oh, "All right." And he just took this crappy Lojo, the same. I signed up for a membership at a gym. The same exact little crappy camera, logo Tech or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, Logitech, and he just held it up there, and it was like, "All right, Broderick Smith, we got you here." Blah blah blah, and he started rattling off all this information, and we're like, Kelsey's like, "Wait, is that like face identification?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "What?" And like all of a sudden, you start looking up. You see all these cameras. Like they're who knows what they're tracking?
True.
Like,
now, real quick though,
crappy camera.
Did you did you sign up for global entry? No.
Okay, so here's the thing. Kelsey did. I'm expired, so I don't have global entry.
Huh. Because I will just say this one last time for now.
Yeah,
global entry,
elitist traveler.
Yeah, global entry. I came back from both Finland and Sweden this year. I put it on Instagram. I walked past hundreds of people in Chicago. I walked right past them, walked right out. Get global entry, people.
Yeah. No, so that was the whole. I thought you were saying because we had global entry, that's why they
that was my that would have been my guess.
No, but I was canceled, and I actually had just in the line because we were waiting in line for I don't know how long because I was like, I need to get this appointment. I need to get global entry again. This is trash. So I signed up, and literally when the guy scanned me, he's like, "Oh, how much time do you have now?" We're like, "We got nothing." He's like, "Oh, if you want to do your appointment now and not wait, you can just go down and have it set up right now." I was like, "Oh, okay, sweet." But like that just like that blew my mind to where it's like, what else do they know? Like if they can just use a crappy little camera like that, like what are these casinos? I mean, I was just in Vegas. What are these casinos doing? Like they have to have. I mean, you look at Disney too. Like Disney, they want you to get all that. When you go to Disney, you can get like a Disney card now to do all your purchases and all that stuff. So they can track exactly what you're doing. So they know exactly like, oh, we need to put a restroom here. We need to put this food place here. We need to do. I mean, it is getting to the point where eventually we might be in Minority Report where you're just walking around and you just like your eyes just look at something and you just bought something. Have you seen those places in the airports now?
All your social
where you can just
yeah.
If you don't think that Disney,
you can just steal stuff basically in airports. Where you can just walk in and grab a water bottle and just walk out and it's tracking your credit card.
If you don't think Disney is tracking you around their theme parks, looking at it with computers and AI, seeing, oh, this is the flow of traffic. We should probably put a stand right here. And you're probably not wrong in that at some point they're going to be able to, if they can't already, say, oh, Brodie Smith, you were at Disney, you've been at Disney for 4.5 hours. He probably hasn't eaten. We're just going to swing somebody by over there and see if he's hungry for a chorizo. Like, we know he hasn't stopped and purchased anything. So he's probably
I want to be
snappy.
like the anomaly. I want to be like the guy that just like,
good luck.
They're like, this guy's literally just been in the Buzz Lightyear line all day. He will not leave this line. He keeps going on the same ride. We have to investigate what this guy's doing.
Yeah, until paramedics are sent
wild.
over there. Yeah, then there's a special paramedic that's like trying to look for you by name because they think something's up. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big conspiracy theory guy, but there are definitely eyes in the sky everywhere we go now, and it's only going to clearly.
Well, these aren't conspiracies. These are more
actual things happening.
These are actual things that are happening.
It's just a matter of how much do they scare you or freak you out or worry you.
Yeah.
I think that's ultimately the question.
Last thing I have, how close are we to getting ShotLink for disc golf? That's what I really want to know.
Oh, God, I would. That's an entire trailer on the PGA Tour. That's an entire full trailer. And the thing with disc golf, and I've talked to Todd Rainwater, who owns the tour. He wants it. Everybody wants it. The funny thing is, our discs are Shot Tracker would only really, or Shot Tracer, whatever you want to call it, will only work on a very few holes. Like, think of how.
Oh, I'm talking about ShotLink.
Oh, ShotLink, is that where
different? Which is different than Shot Tracer. So ShotLink is the technology that they can get all, like, they don't have someone out there going with a rangefinder, seeing how far your shots
They're shooting your ball with a laser.
They have like the technology that knows all the stuff. So like basically all their stats. And I'm saying this because I said something about the volunteers doing UDisc, and my whole thing was like, I think they do a great job, but like it's not accurate at all. So like when someone's like, I'm the best putter on tour, no, you're not. Like you just had a couple tournaments that you maybe had a better. I mean, it's not off that bad, but there's definitely been times where you go back and you look and you're like, I made a 40-footer and they marked it down at 70 feet. You know, and it's impossible for them to be great. So that was what I was saying is like, is there like, are we close? Like, is that ever going to work? Or probably not even work in the woods, right? Like that can't work in the woods.
It would be very difficult to work in the woods because I believe golf has more or less like guys that are mounted with lasers that point like, cool, they can tell you exactly how far the ball is from the hole almost instantaneously because they just shoot it, bink, and that's all uploaded into a server.
And like,
and
and everything has like there's like virtual reality already of the course, so you can like pinpoint.
And I don't think we're anywhere near that. Like again, millions of dollars. But
I'll quickly say each golf course is mapped prior to the event with a digital image. Blah blah blah. 2 locations can be done. The shot. Did we just lose?
No.
Did we just lose internet?
Just you.
It said something or other about the ShotLink. Something to the effect of. The site just, they're watching us because I'm about to talk about it. And the site literally just disappeared from my browser. But it said something about 350 volunteers to make it happen per weekend. 350 volunteers is what it said. To
make shot.
Yeah, because they all have like, they basically have all these people out with like tablets and all this stuff. And obviously it's awesome for golf because you can get all those statistics of like, you can look up right now from 120 yards, what's the average distance a golfer hits to the pin?
Yeah.
You know, and like, again, going back to you guys doing coverage and stuff, like, I think, Terry, you'd probably love to have those statistics at your whim with a producer.
Heck yeah. I mean, you know,
saying in your ear, like, it's, I mean, we're very limited, but like, again, how do you not be limited? We're basically doing way better than we should be doing already. So it's tough to ask for more. But I think that's one thing that definitely, I mentioned a little bit about graphics. I would say that's, now that I'm thinking about kind of going full circle, statistics is something that is lacking from coverage. And it's just like manpower. It's impossible to get much better at that right now. It's like there's not really someone dropping the ball. It's just manpower and money.
Yeah, it's coordinating because, like they said here, ShotLink, it's a system operated by a small staff of PDGA Tour employees and a volunteer workforce each week. So, like,
350 volunteers per tournament to score the golf tournament is what it says on
that's
there.
to score it, as well as probably do ShotLink, which is probably a coordinated system on the PGA. Which isn't even the scoring for NBC and other things.
A few years ago, we were happy to have 350 people in a gallery, and now we're talking about 350 volunteers to help some scoring. So we're trending in the right direction.
Well, like MVP had that was the first tournament that we had spotters like in the fairway. So like they were literally, I don't know, they were literally putting flags in the fairway of your disc. So when we were coming up, it wasn't even like you had to kind of search for where your disc in the fairway was. It was just like bing, bing, bang. Like, I mean, it made it so much smoother. But those are things that my first year on tour, we didn't have spotters out there.
Yeah, well, I'll give you another quick example when we're talking about specifics. People like UDisc, who clearly have helped now get us to where we are with the stats we do have, so on and so forth. At a certain point, it was realized, especially for live coverage, this helped drive this bus, was that on a hole like a par 4 or a blind hole, we needed UDisc ultimately developed so that there could be two people scoring on the same hole, and that's when you have somebody on the tee and then somebody in the fairway that's actually more clear, with more clarity, saying, "Oh, that's circle 2 or that's circle 1." Because you often used to see, as a broadcast announcer like myself, you'd see, "Oh, Jeremy Colling in circle 2," and then a moment later you might see it in circle 1, and you're like, "Okay, it got updated because they walked to the shot." Now, when you're talking about a lead card at a very important event, UDisc has even developed the technology so that two people can be logged in and they're working simultaneously. Because the interim solution to that actually was there would be somebody officially spotting that would be standing there at the basket, and they would be on a radio back to the person standing at the tee of one. And so after a little while of that happening, they said UDisc again worked harder to have it so that two people could be simultaneously doing it, so that the person with the more accurate reading could ultimately put it in first. So again, a little nuance, but yet so huge and so critical to give us all of that information that much quicker and more accurately. It's and that's driven by the broadcast ultimately, and the overall media perspective. It's absolutely.
And if any UDisc devs are listening to this,
which they do,
my only wish is let's get a little bit more specific with the putting. Because I don't know how many 17-footers I heard were made, but I mean, you guys are just going off the statistics that you have. There are some people, I'm not calling out any names, but there are some people that I don't know if they actually know that UDisc literally only has like 3 different distances that putts go zones in. And so literally they just are like, they've made 18-footers today. And I'm like, sure. No, they have not.
No.
But
those could have been 15 and those could have been 19-footers, but the zone gives them an 18-footer.
Or 22 feet or whatever it is. Yeah,
sure.
Correct. So I think too, breaking it up instead of I would love to see from a player standpoint, and I think fans would love this too, instead of just seeing me that I was 100% from, or not 100, let's say 75% from circle 1X or circle 1 or whatever it is. I would love to see what percentage I was from 33 to 30 feet, what percentage I was from, and maybe let's just go 30 to 25 and 25 to 20 and 15 to 10. I would love those numbers, because then again, as a broadcaster too, you could say he hasn't missed a putt inside of 45 feet versus you saying he's 25% from circle 2. That doesn't really tell the whole story.
Sure.
Because he might have made a whole bunch of 40-footers and 35-footers, but he's missed 7 from 55. But just for me, statistics, I think that would help me too as a player, just kind of looking at where my trouble areas were.
I think that it ultimately comes down to how granular do you want to get, and then are we still going to have the discussion? Even with that new zone, instead of 3 zones, we have 4. Maybe we have 5. Are we still going to have the conversation though? That's Oh man, that spotter or that scorekeeper put me down for a whole bunch of 15 footers that were clearly 18 footers. Like no matter how much you want to get granular, you're still always going to have a little bit of a human error and human judgment factor that gets added on.
Well,
no
until
matter what.
I say until we are able to literally have a volunteer that's following the group, and he's like, after you putt or whatever, or before you putt, like, you throw the disc up there, you're down the fairway, it gets up there, everyone's walking up the fairway, and even if it's inside the
They're
circle,
already out on the green.
bonk, 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 nailing them and putting that into U-disc. And we're getting there because we've got a volunteer now that is doing that for the Pro Tour for distances. So we've got a guy or a girl, whoever it is, that comes through after.
That's a great addition, by the way. And the miles per hour. Those two are great additions.
Yep, yeah, the miles per hour once in a while, but for sure the distance, so that Terry knows, oh yeah, he is, he might be way off to the left, but he's 350 out as opposed to the guy in the fairway who's actually 360 out. So really it should be, it should be Brodie throwing first and not someone way off there.
Do we need more lines too? Do you think that would help? Because right now we really just have 33 feet and then 6 feet.
I think after that.
What do you think about a line like at 20 feet and a line at like 45 feet? Too many lines?
Nah, we've got the bullseye, so to speak.
That's 12 and in.
Yeah, I'm personally good with it where they're at, because whether I'm on the ground or, it's maybe a little bit tougher when I'm watching and I'm calling the shots from afar. But when I'm on the ground, okay, that's 18 feet. Now, is that 57 feet or is that 52 feet?
I think it's harder though. I think it's just harder on the ground. I would say no, but like on coverage, I think it's more difficult. Some of the angles that we use and like the cameras sometimes are a little bit wide. It looks because like sometimes I'll be like, holy crap, that was a huge putt, and then the person takes like 8 paces and gets their disc out of the basket, and I was like, oh, that was like a 24-footer.
Yeah, different angles definitely make things look way different, and I try to as when I'm switching the show, if I can see that, sometimes they look the same. You're like, it doesn't matter which shot, but if I can see one perspective that looks way different than the other, I try to cut to it for a second, be like, to show that no, like. Because when you're behind them, wow, that looks like it's like a 35-footer, and then you get, or a 32-footer, and then you turn to the side, and you're like, oh, God, no, that's like 22 feet. Like that's, it's so, it can feel so different. I try to do that. You can't always, but that's kind of how it goes. I think.
Can I ask one more question, or do you need to kick me off?
Go ahead.
No, keep going, dude. It's Smashbox. Okay. We keep going.
I'm going to want to hear this from both of you guys. Why do you cut a shot mid-flight to the catch cam?
Okay, well, Johnny's the one pressing the button, so I'll answer it from my perspective first. Which is funny to do because I know some of his logic, and I have to edit, throw, and catch in post-production myself sometimes. I'm a big fan personally, and I'll use this from a post-production standpoint. If a catch angle, I feel like, significantly improves the storytelling of that shot or that throw, then I will cut to a catch. But it has to do it for me. Like it has to give me that feeling. If it's just like, hey, this guy threw it into a field and it's a 500-foot wide open shot, I hate the idea of going to a catch cam personally.
Hole one Emporia Country Club.
Hole one at Emporia Country Club. The only reason why I personally would like to see that get to a catch, get switched to a catch, is if it is pushing to an OB, left or right, and that's about it. That'd be the only time, or if it was thrown so ungodly far, which is tough to tell in the moment, but it's going to be so ungodly far that even a zoomed-in throw cam may not, follow it that well. But only if it's challenging an OB, left or right, on Emporia Country Club, that's when I could see it being cut. That's my answer. Johnny?
Country Club is a good example. Most of the time, I'll take the cut. at some point, you want, because like Terry said, if you're going out of bounds, you definitely want to see it. If it's thrown way past the cameraman, there's a cool perspective of the cameraman spinning, be like, wow, he threw it that far, further than our guys were expecting, and that's a crush. Sometimes, it's. So is your question, why do we cut it all, or why do we cut mid-flight? Because there are times,
I would say at all.
At all. I mean, obviously with a wide open one, it's give or take. Sometimes I don't. Hole 16 at the country club is a perfect example where you don't want to make that cut sometimes, because the way that the green folds over, if it's too close to that water, I'll try not to make the cut, because if I cut, you lose it. You don't see it. Like I hate. I have my own, and I know most of these holes well enough now where I know what has, if the disc goes out of sight or this or that. It all depends. Honestly, it's such a hard question, but in general, if you cut too late, people lose perspective on where the disc is. You want to give them time to be able to see the disc come in. If you cut too early, it can also do that a little bit. I like to try to mix it up personally, because post-production is almost always the same thing, and it gets boring to me. It's over first the shot is in front of the player, and I do this as well. Then it's behind the player. Then it's a mid-cut to the landing. Sometimes I just like to take it from the catch. I'll take the whole shot from the catch. Guess what? And now I'll tell camera 2, this is all you. This is all you right now. And it works great. And I get burned by that because it works great in an open field. Sometimes I get risky. And hole 3 at the new hole 3, we'll say at USDGC, the tunnel shot. That was hole 3, right?
No, 4.
No, 4. I'm sorry, 4. The tunnel shot.
4, yeah.
4. There were times I tried to take it from the catch. It's like, I have to trust somebody. Like, all right, Brodie's up. Do I think Brodie's going to make a 300-foot tunnel shot? Well, I mean,
yeah, no.
And then you hit first available.
And I made the wrong choice. I've done that. And so there are times I risk it, and there are times that I just do it for fun because I'm freaking sick of watching the same back shot over and over. And I'm just like, I need a change as a director because I'm getting bored as every guy's hitting first available. Whack. So I'll just take a risk and be like, I'm going to try to take this one from the catch cam. Please make it all the way down there. And I'd say 80% of the time I'm good. And there's 20% of the time I just, that was a bad shot cut by me. So
what's your
take? What's your take on it? I'm always curious.
So my take is like, I feel like this really came about when we played that super foggy round at MVP. It was so boring to play because you just lost the flight of the disc. Like, it would leave your hand, you would see it go for 3 seconds, and then it would go into the distance, and then it was just gone, and then you lost the flight. And I think people watching it, on YouTube too, also were like probably not and didn't enjoy it as much as other videos. And I was like, man, this really just shows like how enjoyable it is to just sit and watch a disc leave a hand, travel, hit the ground. And I started thinking, like, when you do cut, regardless of whether it's early, late, middle, whenever it is, you do lose perspective. And obviously sometimes you lose more than others, but regardless, you do lose perspective, and it takes you a little bit of time of being like, wait, where's the disc coming in? How's it traveling? Is it flexing? Is it hyzering? And my thought is, like, when I'm watching it, sometimes I'm like, man, I really wish like I could just watch the full flight from behind. And then if it was a cool shot or whatever, then give me the replay from the catch cam and let me see the full shot replay from the catch, or even half the shot from like when it's coming in or something, if it does something cool at the basket. Like, I feel like that is just one thing I want more of. And I don't know if I'm in the minority there, but I'm with you too. Like, I think some shots are way cooler if you're all the way down the fairway, zoom super in, and then you slowly zoom out. Like, I think that's a cool shot versus always zooming in. Like, I think certain shots play well for that. But for me, it's just, I definitely wish I could just see more full shots, because I think that is our biggest advantage against golf, is golf, you get all the really, really nice close-ups of the golfer talking to the caddy, whatever. You get the nice hit. They have to use the shot tracer when they want to have that shot straight behind because you can't see the golf ball.
Yep.
Or they cut to the tower that zooms in on the golf ball, and you can't, it's just traveling through the air, the sky.
It's a white speck
boom,
in a blue sky, yeah.
And then it's just boom on the ground. And that's why when you go to a golf tournament, I think going to a golf tournament is so much more enjoyable than watching it on TV because you're like, holy cow, like these guys are moving the golf ball. Like you can see them shaping and moving it. It's so much harder to see that on coverage. But in disc golf, like we can see the disc. Obviously, some people might throw a blue disc or a white disc or whatever into the sky, and it's like, okay, that sucks. But for the most part, we can see the shape. And I think that's just the beautiful thing about disc golf is seeing how a disc flies and just travels. I would love to just see that full flight versus a flex. If I get to see it flex this way and then you cut it right as it starts flexing out, I kind of just lose that beautiful S shape.
Sure.
And I'm just now seeing it come in this way. That would be the only thing. But again, I could be in the minority. So
no, I think it's a good perspective, and obviously, just like anything, we have, there's always a lot of different reasons. Some, and it depends on our commentators. Sometimes our commentators are looking at a full multi-view where they can see every camera going on, so it wouldn't matter if we make the cut. Some of the commentators lately have just really wanted just program. What are we showing? And if I don't show them what happens at the end of the shot, they are not going to be able to talk about it. So if it does get up and kind of like maybe get up and have a funky roll or maybe skitter kind of near the inbounds. I mean, there are discs that land in the middle and get up and roll 35 feet or take a really awesome, hover skip that slides along the fairway.
What if you cut right when it hits? Would that be awkward? Like that timing?
I don't know. It's a good question. Because maybe we haven't tried it.
Yeah,
I mean, there's all sorts of things. Like I hate, and I know some of the other directors do it. And there's only 2 other directors, so if you're listening, sorry. I like to take sometimes the shot from what we call camera 3, the reaction angle, reaction right to camera 2, and that works great on like the 3rd or 4th person. But I want the first 2 people to establish. I always say establish the shot. Let the audience see what the players are trying to do before you take that away. Because I've seen some of the other directors do it on the first shot. And I'm like, no, that's a horrible decision because if you have to give the viewer the line. You have that first shot, you always have to take it from behind the player.
I feel like we're a picture in picture though. Like I think golf you can get away. See, I think golf you can get away with that, right? Because again, the just staring at it in the sky and not having any idea where it's going, it's whatever. So a lot of times golf, they hit the shot and then all of a sudden, like you said, they cut to the close-up of the golfers like this, being like, come on, go, go, go. And then they cut to the ball hitting the green and then boom. But I think like disc golf again, like I always just want to see the disc fly. So like I would love to see like a reaction of whether it's Ricky running down the fairway after it, right? But like I would love to see that like in a picture-in-picture. So I can still see the disc flying. And if I want, my peripheral, I can see what the player's doing. But I don't know if I would ever want to lose the disc flight and only get the player's reaction live. Maybe in like the replay and stuff, I would love that.
Yeah, we usually do.
Again, I might just be a disc flight snob. I might be a disc flight snob, and I just want to always see what the disc is doing.
I think in general you're right. I think I would personally never hold on a player for the entire flight. I always want to see the disc where it lands. My thought is sometimes like a Stockheiser shot where we've got a player throwing a 350-foot shot. Awesome. I can show the first one or the second one, but here's what I know. 95% of the time, it's the same shot from every player. That's, to me, when I have a chance. Those most boring shots are when I get to play around. Like, cool, we've all seen a hyzer. Is it a left? Cool, a lefty's coming up. This is awesome. Now we're going to show the shot again. Otherwise, maybe I will hold on a player longer on a Stockheiser because you might get them kind of like running out to the side to see where it lands or things like that. It's a delicate game to play sometimes, and it's fun. It's because I get to try a ton of different things, and and trust me, they don't all work out. I've taken a ton of drone shots that look phenomenal.
I was gonna say,
like they're awesome. And there's some of them that look like garbage.
Can we not put the drone? Is it because like we're worried about players complaining? Can we not put the drone like 30 feet above, 10, 15 feet behind?
No.
Are we worried about the players complaining? Is that why, or what?
I
think that's a cool shot.
It is a great shot. There are times there's some significant issues with the drone safety. We've got people, spectators that we need underneath of it. You've got the distraction of how come the drone is only on the lead card making these buzzing noises and it's not in the other cards. It's maybe an unfair disadvantage. So the drone operator has to stay at a certain level above. I don't know how many feet they're up there, like 70, 80 feet above. So it really reduces the noise because, again, there are some really cool shots at USDGC hole 5 going over the water. Sometimes that looks really cool. And there are times you do that and you're like, oh, that just did not work. No one could see it. It was a bad cut.
I was going to say like that one to me, like I know exactly the shot you're talking about where the drone's over the water and you're filming the person this way and you're getting that nice pan there. Like to me, that's a sick replay.
I love that.
But like I hated that when it was live. Yeah, when it was live, I hated that because I couldn't get perspective of whether or not the disc was going to like go in the water.
Oh, sure.
You lose all perspective of that. Like where if you're a catch cam behind the basket or you're behind the player, I can see like, oh, that thing is hyzering way too much. Like that needs to dig. The drone, I lose that, and I can see what you're saying is like, all right, we've gotten 2 good shots.
Yep.
Let's just throw the drone in. Drone putting though, I'll be the first to say it. I hate it.
Really?
I've never liked a drone putt shot. Never.
The drone putt the drone putt is, I'll say, I'm going to throw interesting in quotes because usually I use it as a cleanup. Everyone's within 8 to 12 feet. Nobody's missing those.
Oh, that's fine.
Like
that's fine. I'm talking about. I've seen it used for like 30 footers.
I'm sure we have. I know for a fact we have. Because you can't.
I have no idea what's going on.
You have a much more difficult time to know if they miss. Did it miss right? Did it miss left? Did it miss low? Did it miss high?
That perspective.
It's totally about perspective. And here's another.
Too, I
was gonna say one more little secret. If most of the time, when you see the scoreboard go away, I told you that secret. The other secret is I'll pick funky angles on players that don't matter anymore. If there's a race between Ricky and Brodie, I'm probably taking stock shots for those. Like I don't want to ever think about losing or screwing up one of those important shots. But you know what? Guess what? Ezra, I won't even say which Ezra. He fell off 12 strokes that last round. We're going to maybe take him from the drone. We're going to try to take his from the catch cam.
Yeah.
Like we're going to do a little bit extra for him because everybody cares less about him at this point. He's not the story. For me, he's the color now. I can do what I want. But you're right. On a lot of times we try things that do not work.
Well, yeah, that's fine. I was just saying, like, I don't.
No, that's good.
If there are people out there that are like, I love the drone putting. I mean, I will have to always disagree on that because I will never understand that.
Everyone has a right to be wrong, right?
Well, it depends. Which outfit are they wearing? Are they wearing their tennis outfit or are they wearing the golf outfit?
Yeah,
because your opinion might change at some point.
Exactly. So the advantage disc golf has, right? I talked about the advantage off the tee. We can see the disc the whole time. That's awesome. The disadvantage disc golf has is the putting is way less dramatic because the disc gets to the basket way faster than a ball gets to the hole in golf.
Mm-hmm.
One shot that I haven't seen, which I think could be a really cool shot, is not up high where the player's head is, but the camera down where the release of the disc is, directly behind, maybe a little bit offset so that way the player doesn't block the basket, but like directly behind the putt. So you're getting, because like one of my favorite angles, and you can't really get this in disc golf, is like the angle where they're off the green and the camera's like down on the green level, and you literally can just see the ball, the putter, and the hole. And like the holes in between the camera and the putter, and you just see that. I love that. You can't really get that obviously behind the basket because the basket would just cover everything. But I wonder, could you get that shot if you went directly behind and zoomed in on the player? So now you're getting like the frame is literally just the basket, the putter. And so now you really get that perspective of like, oh, that's going left. Oh, that's right out of his hand. That looks low. I think you might get a better perspective. I could be completely wrong.
No,
but you might get a cool perspective of like if that putt's going in or not right out of the hand versus, when you kind of, the standard putter shot, right, is like off the side to the left. So you kind of lose that a little bit.
Yeah, that tends to give us it's the easiest shot because to do. But I mean, we're fortunate that in the live broadcast, a lot of times we do have two cameras. So, and it's my job to tell somebody, you're getting the shot, and usually I'll tell somebody, you're getting the shot, you're going to get the replay angle. So when I tell someone to get the replay angle, that means they can do something a little different. They know they're not. I'm not going to come live to them, and so sometimes it's a real low angle. Sometimes it's like a side angle. Sometimes they'll push right in on the face if that's the shot. Like I want the tight reaction. Yeah. So if they do happen to miss, or if it's a big putt and they nail it, you really get the excitement in it. But yeah, that would be interesting. I mean, and there's no reason why we couldn't. Just it would just be a different angle for the guys on the ground too. That's something you would have to take up with the camera guys. Yeah, talk to one of them.
It'd be interesting to see what that looks like. Yeah, but
because you could literally, I guarantee you, if you talk to one of the guys before one of the rounds or before the day before, and sat there and say, "Hey,
I'm putt for me."
Well, no, seriously, say like, "Hey, I'm going to putt this 4 times. Stand here and tell me how that looks." And maybe you'll look at it and be like, "Yeah, that's not as good as I imagined." Or maybe they'll be like, "Holy crap, we never really tried that before." And I guarantee you, we could throw it into a broadcast. Because all they'd have to do is say, "Hey, we did this really cool shot with Brodie. We're going to try it on hole 2 or 4 or whatever. We'll arrange it to happen or something." Yeah, the camera guys, cool. They love that stuff, man. They like to if the camera guys can get to be more artistic, they love it because they get sick of the same stuff that we do too.
Well, and they're not like grunt camera people, right? Like the people that are behind the cameras are like artistic people. Like they like the production side. They like getting the beauty shots and all that stuff. Oh, yeah. So I think sometimes people maybe view them as just like taking orders and like they are super skilled from the packages that you guys were making, they are clearly super skilled in like cinematography and all that. So that's sweet. But all right, I think I've taken it. Oh, go for it.
One more question, then we wrap it up. I promise.
Yeah, it wouldn't be real if it wasn't one more.
Have you watched DGN on tour yet?
The docuseries.
The new docuseries that's come out yet? That's a yes, and he didn't like it. Okay.
Or you can say no, and I'll admittedly say no. And I work with DGN, and I haven't seen either of the last 2 Mondays yet, just because I'm banking them for when I have more time. But
I mean, I'm not gonna. Here's the thing. I saw the trailer that they hyped up at the Tour Championship, and I'll say like there's a reason why I'm not. I haven't really like been like, oh, I want to watch this because I saw the trailer. So, or not the trailer, but I think it was like it wasn't a trailer. It was a piece
like
from
a clip from it.
Yeah, it was like a 2 minute or 2.5 minute clip. I could be way wrong with like what my expectation is of it. I think obviously watching the clip and like hearing what people say and like what Jeff has said and stuff, they've clearly watched what F1 did what Netflix F1 did, because that's what they did. And again, like I think the big difference, I'll say this, the big difference in those situations is you have an outside production company that says like, we want to come in and make a documentary or a story. We want to build something. And this seemed like, again, it could be incredible. And from what I was told, like Was Corey the only one filming it and like producing it and doing all that, or was there a bigger team?
It was Corey and Dustin were two of the guys that were doing a lot of the filming, and then I know Joe Canali, who's worked for ESPN for many years and owns Bluefoot Entertainment. It has done some of the editing and such for it. And then I know actually I think there's a Milwaukee local that I believe is doing some of the sound engineering for it. So it's a handful of people.
What has been the feedback that you guys have seen? Because I haven't really dug into the feedback on what people are saying about it.
I would say it's 80% positive on the feedback. It's a lot of it is beautifully shot. Like it could stand up on any series. Now, whether you enjoy the content, me personally, I mean, I think it's difficult when you have, we'll take like the F1 or Hard Knocks. When you have a lot of cameramen, you can follow a bunch of people and create a story around it. It felt like Corey or whomever picked a person or two and followed them around. And if the story didn't work for them, like week one, and I only watched the first episode, was James Conrad. They followed.
Yeah, that's the part we saw. And
James didn't do anything that event. Like, well, he didn't do much last year in general, but like it felt a little hollow. It was like, hey, and I understand there's nothing wrong with showing someone's struggles, but and the other thing I don't say I didn't care for. I would love to see less of a recap, because it felt like 15 minutes of that video was.
Is that what it was?
Was kind of like a recap, because again, you follow James around, you talk about this event he's going to, it's the Las Vegas Challenge, and he's the returning world champion, and you get this really cool stuff about him, how it's like the first day of school, you're back with all your buddies, and that stuff is really great. But when James doesn't do well, then they spend 10 to 15 minutes, it feels like, recapping the rounds. Like, and then we're going to talk about Gannon Buhr and it's like, that's not what I'm there for. I watched the rounds, and granted,
are they using footage from the rounds of
some
where
of it,
it's like,
yeah, some of it is shot actual round footage, but a lot of it is the stuff Corey walked around and did. He's there getting the story as well. I just don't love. Again, I was there, so maybe I'm not the right clientele for it. I wasn't there, but I watched, so I don't need to know, Gannon and Drew's story. I don't. Now, if you follow Gannon off the course and get like his, the reaction and talk with him about what that meant to him, I would love to see a little more of that. I want to see more behind the scenes and less focused on the event personally. It's shot gorgeous. It's done. It looks great. Maybe I'm not the right person. Because I was a little bit bored on the first episode, so I'm looking forward to the second episode. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to try. I wanted to watch it today, and I didn't get a chance. But it's in general, it's good. I wouldn't say it's great. Not for what I.
So here are my things. First one is the goal of this series, right? Like, because again, like Paige's goal of her her documentary, from what I heard, was to get on Netflix so more people can get introduced to disc golf, right? If that was the goal of this show, was to get more people introduced, which I don't think it was, because it's behind the paywall, right? So to me, it feels like that wasn't the case. I don't know if that was like a decision that maybe was made later once they saw what they had, but if it's behind the paywall, I would assume or guess that it was to try to create content in the off season to retain subscriptions and also potentially pick up new subscriptions in the off season, right? And I think from watching, there's a bunch of people that watch me and Ezra do a practice round. I think the disc golfers that love consuming content, they're going to consume content regardless of how well produced it is or what it is, as long as it's somewhat entertaining. And I think what you're saying is right, because to me, like when I watch like NFL films, right, when they do like the mic'd up stuff and you get to hear all the mic'd up stuff that you don't get to hear during the game, sure, I'm still watching some of the plays and stuff I saw, but I'm getting different camera angles and I'm also getting content. Like, I'm hearing what they're talking about that I did not hear during the games. And I think that's obviously super interesting. Now, if you want to get, I mean, we don't have to get too much into it, but obviously you go and look at, Foundation's podcast, and the number one podcast is me talking about the stuff I have with Paul. Drama of where people not liking each other, someone doing this, like that is interesting, right? You go and you look, like I am locked in, like I think it comes out. It might have honestly come out. I might watch an episode tonight. I don't know. Love is Blind. Like I'm locked into these shows because they create these characters essentially. And it's the same thing with Formula One. If that document, oh God, I keep saying, I want to say docuseries, but I don't know if that's the right word.
That's a good word. Yeah.
Is that right word? Okay. Yeah. If that was more about just like the nuts and bolts and the facts and all that stuff, I probably wouldn't have been that entertained because I'm not a big Formula One guy to begin with. Same thing as like if NFL Films or Hard Knocks or anything like that was more like the nuts and bolts and not like talking about like this guy getting cut from his team and like he has to call his grandma and like those clips that go viral and stuff. Like if you're telling me that it's not that at all and it's just basically like someone doing a practice round, then they just kind of recap what happened in the tournament and that's it, and you don't ever get any like the juicy stuff kind of. And again, some people might be like, well, we don't want that in disc golf and stuff. And it's like, you say that, but yet again, I just told you the biggest podcast that we have on our thing is people listening to what beef me and Paul had. Mm-hmm. Like you say you don't want that, but yet you consume that. I mean, it does. You say the same thing. Like you want, I'll say again, this might be a little harsh, but I'm saying this from a comedian. So it's not my words. It's the comedian's words, right? Like you say you want women WNBA players to make as much money as NBA players, right? You say they should, but you don't go to their games and you watch every single Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Like if everyone that was watching Keeping Up with Kardashians if they're all on board on like WNBA players should be getting paid more than NBA or the same, like if all those people that cared about Keeping Up with the Kardashians and all that drama and all that stuff, if all those people were like, we're going to support the WNBA players would be the highest paid athletes in the world. Because, I mean, you guys are just throwing money at these people. I mean, Kim Kardashian has stupid money, right? Yeah. And so, like, at the end of the day, like, that stuff sells. Like, people love hearing about that stuff. They want to know about that stuff. And I can see how the Disc Golf Network might not want to, like, put that out. But, like, if a third party came in and like was like, we're going to film this and we're going to film what actually happens in these tour vans and what conversations happen after the rounds and what goes on I think everyone's going to be tuning into that, right? What?
The problem is it'd be short-lived.
Yeah, I mean, and I agree with you. Like I said, episode 1 focused on Conrad, who there's nothing drama. There's no drama in Conrad. Period.
Like, how long did his hair get?
The dude is the nicest guy in the world, and he's the most soft-spoken, and he's super friendly. And the other story was Kona, which, now, I don't know. Again, we're only 2 episodes in, and I haven't even watched the second episode yet.
That drama could have been really good into the season, though.
If you can follow, and maybe they will, because, again, they talked about her and how she signed this big contract, and she did not perform at Las Vegas. So if you're starting a thread that will last throughout on tour about how Kona's season is going, that could be good. Not good for Kona, unfortunately, but it could be a good storyline. And I don't know if that's what they're doing, but I agree with you. I would love to see more, and the problem is you put a camera in front of some of these players and they're gonna clench up. You're not gonna hear how, oh my gosh, John really can't stand Terry. I'm not going to be sitting talking about that with cameras in front of me, probably. I'll save it for my podcast. But it's so.
Yeah, no, you're right. And that's one thing that disc golf. That's one thing I hate about disc golf, and I hope it eventually goes away, is like players are just so, and they have to be. The problem is they have to be. They have to be concerned. It's disc golf right now is a popularity contest.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be concerned with not upsetting people. Like, do you think it was a smart business decision for me to like basically bring out the situation with Paul? No, because there's a bunch of Paul fans.
Maybe.
There's a bunch of Paul fans that absolutely hate me and will never buy one of my discs and will never support me no matter what happens. And I'm sure that's how a lot of, and again, I'm in a situation where I don't need or want or any of that. I don't want people to support me because I want to be myself. I want to say what I believe and stick to my values. And
but how does Trevor feel about
because
that?
I say that,
you've got other people in your company you need to think about.
for sure. And here's the thing, me and Trevor and Hunter had a lot of conversations about what should happen and not. And trust me, I bit my lip a lot. I held back a lot of what I wanted to say for the good of Foundation, right? And like,
sure,
that's I understand, and because that wasn't if I was not connected to that at all, it would have been a lot different. But when it comes to me on a personal level, right, of like when I can say stuff that's kind of separate from Foundation or whatnot, at the end of the day, like I want to be able to go to sleep at night knowing that I am who I am and I'm saying the stuff that I believe, and I'm not saying stuff to try to gain other people's popularity or other people's favor or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm financially in a position where I can do that.
Yep. There
are people on tour that cannot do that. They, just started disc golf 2 years ago. Their career is just starting. Like and again, we just talked about that. 16 people making $40,000. There are tons of people on the PGA Tour that have 0 fans. Like literally, if they're like, "Hey guys, we're gonna do a meet and greet with Patrick Cantley." I mean, I'm sorry to throw Patrick Cantley under the bus.
But I don't know who that is, but that's
clearly
your point.
that's why.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know who that is, but he's one of the top 10 golfers in the world, and you have no idea who that is. That's my point exactly.
Yeah.
He doesn't care if you know who he is or not because he's making bank by going out and winning tournaments, getting top 5s. We can't do that in disc golf right now. We have to have that sponsorship money. We have to have those fans. We have to have that support. And I'll just say it, I think that makes disc golf boring because I think it's way more interesting than it actually is when you start having people come out of their shell and say what they actually mean. And I mean, again, you can say what you want about Nico, but like if there wasn't a Nico on tour, there would be a lot less to talk about. A lot less to talk about.
When people stop getting polite and start getting real.
real
world.
Well, again, like that's maybe a different side of things, right? Like it doesn't have to go to that extreme.
Yeah.
But my point is like when you ask someone a question, are you going to get what they actually think and what they actually feel? Or are you going to get the pageantry answer of like, I don't want to upset anyone.
And I think my only follow-up to that really would, and of course I feel the same way in disc golf media. People have always said to me or us that you don't ask hard enough questions, you don't do this, you don't do that. And it's like because right now we're at the mercy of having to have a few fans and having to have the support that we do have because we're not getting paid multi-million-dollar contracts to just be talking heads. Skip Bayless can say whatever the hell he wants because he's getting a check no matter what he says. We're not in the same, and we have to rely on the people that are willing to give us their time to then have us have a show. Because if you come on here and we're just a prick to you every single time, there's going to be like one of those times, maybe 2, if we trick you a second time. So that's why there's to some degree, and it's not to say we want to go easy and let everyone off every hook, but we also have to play nice to some degree. And, if that makes us the Ellen of podcasts, well, minus the harsh working environment. But if we're the Ellen of podcasts, like we have to be a little bit nicer.
No, I think you guys, I can't remember what podcast it was, but I tuned into one and I was like, dang, you guys are asking like some decent questions to where you weren't letting the person.
Well, I mean,
like they were.
You guys are asking some decent questions.
Well, no, I'm saying like they were like giving like that normal BS answer of where everyone knows the only people that think it's not a BS answer are people that are just like monster fans and like they can say whatever and can't do anything wrong. And you guys weren't letting that slide. I can't remember what it was, but you guys weren't letting that slide. And you would like re-ask the question or like rephrase it or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's good. Like, I mean.
Yeah, we have to do that. So I forgot, what did you say?
Oh, here it comes, Brodie.
What's coming next year? What did you say? And where are you signing
see,
with?
like that.
And what kind of
the sponsorship? No. See, the sponsorship thing. That's not me tiptoeing around anything. That's me like.
Was that BS pageantry answer? Is that what that was?
No. Because there is an announcement coming. Like I'm not BSing about that.
If there's someone who knows what an announcement to an announcement, it's Terry Miller.
I'm
no,
just
but if you guys were to ask me like a tough question or something that made me have to think, or something that brought up something where I was like, oh man, I've never been asked that before, like I would have more respect for you, even if that made me have to come out and say something. You know, if you were like, hey, you know, you were an absolute douchebag to everyone you played Ultimate Frisbee with, you got people constantly saying like how you're just not a good person, yada yada yada, like what are your thoughts on that? Like obviously, do I want to bring up my past of like how I was a really bad sport in Ultimate? No, I don't want to have to bring that up. But if that was something that you brought up, like that's a fair question to ask. Like I don't think players should get upset with questions being asked of them, especially if it's like one that is, you know, topical or something that people at home want to know. Like,
well, and like take that particular question from you that you just gave about yourself. To me, that right now, that's an old question. That's something that you've discussed, you've talked about. It's been talked about. Like that. I'm not here to rehash the same things. You know, when Paige Pierce comes on, I'm not going to talk about how when she left Prodigy again. Like it's like. You know, like
sure,
but you're right. There's things like that.
If there is something, if there was something more, you know, like if I hadn't had you know, my discussion about the Paul thing, and you guys wanted to ask more about that or whatever it may be, like I think everything's technically fair game, and I would just much rather people, instead of them giving a BS answer, and again, this is coming from like a fan perspective because we watch this all the time with athletes, right? All the time they just give the PR answers and it's so boring. I just, even if I don't agree with someone, I much rather I respect someone more, I guess, when you know what they're saying, even whether you agree with it or disagree with it. At least they're saying what they believe in versus saying something that they just know people want to hear. Yeah, that's I guess my.
No, I agree, and I think just as to kind of restate what Johnny said in a sense, like what you said, you know, what the fans want to hear and what's topical. There's a fine line between what's topical and what I really care about hearing and what might be either rumor mill or might just be, you know, silly controversy or whatever. Like I have a different perspective because we're not here to interrogate. That's a big phrase for me, at least, is there's a fine line of like having a guest to have conversations. Maybe there's a difficult situation at hand that's worth discussing. But at the same time, when it's usually me that's scrutinized when it comes to interviewing stuff. It is, well, you didn't interrogate, like you didn't challenge them enough on this.
Yeah,
it's like, I'm not a judge here either. I can ask a question. I may or may not agree with the answer, and I may or may not push back. But just because you didn't hear the answer that you wanted to hear doesn't mean I didn't necessarily ask a bad question or a good question. It just means you're just not happy with the answer. And I do hate that sometimes because people think, we'll get them on Smashbox, and then, you know, you really have to ask them the tough question. It's like there's a fine line between a tough question, a real question, and like interrogation. And I think a lot of people just think, well, you know, you really need to put them through the grinder and ask them these questions. And it's like, well, we can arrive at that, but I don't have to be a jerk about it either. So
yeah, and I was gonna say, I think a lot of it has to do with like the relationship you have with the person.
Bingo.
Like, I feel like I know you guys well enough to where if you were to ask me something that maybe some people, because again, there's not really a tough question. There's not something that you could ask me that I would immediately be like, I'm leaving. I got to get out of this thing, right? But I feel like we also have a decent relationship at this point of where we can have a conversation about mostly anything. and I'm not going to feel like you guys are interrogating me or you're trying to get me in a, oh, got him kind of situation, where I could see like you maybe having Isaac Robinson on for the first time as, rookie of the year or whatever, right? And like all of a sudden you throw a hard question at him. I could see how him be like, what the heck? Why are these guys doing this? Like,
I think
so. Yeah, I think you have to read the room a little bit on
totally, and that's where I continue to go back to the overarching premise of our podcast. Not to say we're just a couple of goofy fluff balls here, but we're here. I mean, as I always say, how serious are you taking our podcast when we've got Madison Walker doing owl calls? Like, I mean, to some degree, we're supposed to be a little bit fun and lighthearted. We talk about stuff with our guests that you don't hear on any other podcast because it's off the wall and wacky. And we kind of love that as well. So if you think you're getting like going to be grilled here, it's probably not the case. And that's not to say another podcast can't do it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're not structured that way. And if somebody else wants to be, I'm all for it. But that's not necessarily, our objective here. I don't know. It's funny what people expect when they don't get the answers that they want to hear for whatever reason, or they didn't like the answer they got. And they feel like I let them down, and it's always like, well, that's one angle of it for how you interpret the situation.
Yeah, I think it's a problem that eventually will go away as more media comes about, right? Like,
for sure,
Charlie's doing a great job with his media side of things. Mm-hmm. Trevor's doing a great job with his interviews. Like, the more media continues to go, like, people aren't going to necessarily come after you and being like, you had them on the show, why didn't you talk about this? Because there might be someone else that that's more their MO. They want to dig into that kind of stuff. And right now we just, the interviews and stuff that we're doing, pre-tournaments and stuff, it is very much the same question week in, week out, because we don't have multiple media outlets coming with different angles. There's one media outlet, which is the Disc Golf Network there. Sometimes Charlie's there. Sometimes maybe the PDGA guy's there. But other than that, it's like
usually
same
me
kind of angle. Yeah.
It's me. And let me be very clear. There's been more than one event this year where I sat down and I was like, I'll just make up a name. Hey, Brodie. I've looked at your last 5 events and you haven't been in the top 10. What's going on here? Is there anything you can attribute to that? And I may kind of come at you, and immediately what comes in the comments, whoa, Terry sure is negative today, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, but that's what we're trying to get to, right? Like, so it's been frustrating because if I do come at you, it's only
coming from you.
Yeah, if I do come at you with that, it's like, well, why is Terry being such a dick? Oh, he doesn't like Brodie. Look at him being a dick to him during this interview today. It's like, no, I want to know why he's not in the top 10, and I'm just being frank about it. But then all of a sudden, people
don't be a jerk, Terry.
Yeah, they truly. I had multiple people comment this year like, man, Terry's really going hard on so and so. He doesn't like such and such. It's like, no, I'm just asking a question, and like you said, everything should be fair game. So.
It's not personal.
It's not personal.
I have a show that's called Debate Night, and we very rarely ever have anyone that wants to actually debate. Like, I'm looking for people that differ from my opinions and stuff. And so, like, I welcome that in interviews, especially of like, hey, you said you were going to do this and you didn't do this. What's going on? Like, I feel like, you should also be accountable for what you say and all that stuff. And I'll also go with, what you just said about being like the nice interview and all this stuff in comments. Like, I think that's the minority. I think the majority of people that want to listen to what someone's saying doesn't want to hear the same happy roses, all that stuff. Like, when I'm watching, like Saturday night, whether I'm here or I'm in Jacksonville, I will probably be not going to bed until very early in the morning because there's a big UFC pay-per-view. And the fight's going to be probably finishing around 1:30 Eastern time, depending on how long some of these rounds go. I'm still going to stay up, though, because I want to wait for the post-round interview. I want to see these guys that just, fought for their lives in the octagon. I want them to sit behind the desk, and there's going to be questions all around. And if there was questions only from one person, it would not be that good, because I would be getting what that person cared about, where there might be a question that I'm like, what the heck? Why'd that person ask that question? That was stupid. But then the next question is one like, yes, I want to hear that. I want to hear, why didn't he sit down after whatever? And I think that's where it's tough when it's just you doing the questions. It's very hard for you to be like asking the questions that everyone wants to hear. And again, I think that's just a media thing. And I think that will probably only really be solved when it doesn't seem logical for like actual media people to be at the events. So it'll only probably be solved if we have more people that Zoom in or call in or do whatever it may be. And again, that's only going to happen when those people are making money off of what they're getting or what they're writing or what they're doing. And yeah, it's just kind of a dominoes effect. Of where it's like, we need it, people need to want that stuff, but they're not going to get it until, it's tough for what it is. But yeah, I mean, you don't have an easy job when it comes to like being the sole interviewer for not just one person, but for like 15 people in a row. Like,
yeah, I'm
how are you feeling about coming into this tournament?
Yeah, and I'm not complaining, but and I'm very blessed to be where I am, and I'm not complaining, but we'll use Paul as an example. Talk to Paul at the presser about the event that I've watched him play now the last 6 years in a row. And then Paul's on the lead card or feature card after round 1. I talked to him there. I talked to him after round 2. He wins or is runner up after the third and final round. And then 4 days later, I'm at the next presser talking to Paul again. And again, I'm not complaining about my job, but yes, I just as much would love some fresh perspectives, because my intimacy almost with these players it's not quite a detriment, but to some degree it is. So
it's a blind spot at times. Yeah.
You can also only be as good as what the players are giving you as well, right? And so if you have players that are worried about what they're going to say, it becomes. It
makes my job harder,
right?
But that I should rise to that occasion. And trust me, after now a number of these pressers and being a lead at the press conferences, I am trying to really challenge myself. I got to a point where I'm writing questions, for God's sakes. I haven't written questions in 20 years.
You're doing prep work.
I now actually do prep work, and then when I do, people are like, man, you went too hard on him. I'm like, I'm all bringing up all his putts.
I feel like that's got to be the minority, though. Like that.
I think it is. It's a vocal minority. There's so many people that don't say anything that probably are just like, oh, good question, Terry, that aren't going to go online and be like, hey, Terry, the question you asked about why Paul was missing all of his 26-foot putts, that was a really good. Most people will be like, why is he a dick? It's just the way it works.
Also, like, you got to look, too, at, like, what clips, like, the way to look at it, too, right, is, like, what clips actually get shared and viewed and stuff. Yeah. And like the one that like pops out to me is like the clip of like Paige basically saying that she like no longer cares about winning. Mm-hmm. Like that doesn't come out if the question isn't asked. If the question that statement doesn't come out unless that question is asked, right? Yeah. And it's probably not an easy question to ask someone, especially if you have some sort of relationship with that person. Yeah. But like that question has to be asked to get that response, and then that response gets shared, and then people, go bananas about it. So, I mean, it's part of the job.
And in full transparency, I'll just say, similar to what you said earlier, maybe a little bit, often Paul has come on, and before he's been on our show, and this spans the last 8 years, he's like, oh, you're going to ask me the tough questions tonight. And I'm always like, well, I don't know what that means. Like, what tough questions? But I can appreciate that, someone like him is, just as you said, expecting to have difficult questions or expecting to get challenged a little bit. And I think there's almost some of our players, Paul being one of them, some of our players can even use us as a vehicle, because you may not want to come out and just say something, but if I ask you, then it's all part of this conversation. And there's some PR savviness for all of our players. They should be taking advantage of us, to say,
I wish I was interviewed every week. I wish I was there every week, man.
Yeah.
I have to blast all my stuff out on Twitter, and people being like, "Oh, here's Brodie there going
Hot
for
take,
clicks.
Brodie.
All he cares about is clicks. All he cares about it's like, well, no, I want to get my opinion out there. What the heck? I don't have anywhere to interview. I'm gonna start hiring someone to just interview me before my tournament. So then it's just coming out some dark horse third party.
That's definitely a way to do it.
I have a final dumb question. Totally dumb.
God, never.
Are people still watching this?
Yeah, yes, they are.
Yeah, retention rates right there at 90-some%. We're doing good.
Are your Twitter videos monetized?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I make about $10 a video, so I'm killing it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I just noticed like the other day when you had made a post on Twitter.
That was sarcastic, by the way.
I know. I know.
Okay. I didn't know if Terry was like, wow. So
Terry's like, I'm getting on
his
that.
His Android brain over there was like,
oh blue light
God.
or some.
Well, because I saw you made a post about a jokingly, I think it was Kelsey doing a form review. And then she shanked.
Oh, yeah.
And I went to click on it. And I was like, oh, what is it? And then there was an ad that popped up beforehand. And it just made me think, like, is he get a cut of that?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'd assume so if it was if an ad before a video. And I know it was like a 12-second video, but.
So the money that Twitter really comes from, like, I don't really make that much money off of that. But occasionally what Twitter will do is they'll see a video. And you might see this in your feed where you get like a promoted tweet. So what Twitter will do is they'll see a video that you posted and it was like, oh, this is getting really good engagement. People like this. We can promote this and get this into other people's Twitter feeds and throw ad in front of it. And people will, because Twitter obviously wants more people to see their ads, right? Because they make money off it as well. So like, there was a video, I can't remember what it was. There was some video with Kelsey. It was just like a quick video I filmed. It was kind of a throwaway clip, but I just posted it up on Twitter. And apparently Twitter loved it and they promoted it. And so like that clip that I just busted my camera out and filmed for 15 seconds, I think made like $5,500. So that's where the money is. It's not necessarily like when I post it and it's goes out to my feed. It's more when Twitter picks it up and they promote it, and now they're promoting it to hundreds of thousands of people with an ad behind it. I get a little piece off of that. So Twitter probably made $50,000 or whatever. And here's your little crumbs, man. Here's your little crumbs.
It just hit me because, like I said, I looked at the video today and I was like, why does his have an ad? Like no other videos, and it's probably because you're blue checked and whatnot, and just so it just hit me.
Yeah, YouTube Shorts is going to be monetized too coming up in 2023.
Yes,
that's going to be a big one.
Yep, that's coming up soon.
So
clearly you've done a significant amount of
I said it was last
editing. I didn't. No, but a significant amount of editing and whatnot. What is your crew, team, media like? What does that kind of look like? Pull back the curtain for somebody that's like, oh, how does this content get out? What are you doing yourself these days versus stuff you're handing off or contracting to somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of gone up and down through the years, right? So like I first started out, I was filming everything myself, editing everything myself, and then posting it. Then I got hooked up with a MCN, which we kind of talked about earlier, these big networks. And for like the big products and stuff, like we would be doing, $150,000 shoots. I don't really want to be in charge of that myself. And also with a production budget of $15,000, $20,000, we can afford to have 3-4 cameramen. We can afford to have editors. We can afford to do all that stuff. So like that was kind of like at the height of my trick shots, if you will. You kind of watch some of those old videos, some of the bro versus pro videos, that had a whole team behind it. And I was only really involved in the editing side as far as them sending me out cuts and me saying, like, I like that, I don't like that, change this, whatever. Now, kind of where I am currently, obviously we have Jude, which is Ezra's brother that tours. We basically have hired him to film. So we pay him to film us. And then I did all the editing last year myself, which I did not enjoy. And I would love to have a little bit more time practicing and not editing. So I will probably be handing that over to someone this year. So I probably won't be doing any editing this year. But yeah, I mean, I like editing. I don't hate it, but there are people that are way better than. I never really got. Doing trick shot editing is pretty easy, right? You have like a 15-minute clip of just fails. Yep. And so you just scroll to the very end of the last 15 seconds, cut, delete, and then boom, next clip. Like if you go and look, like some of my better videos, honestly, were the ones that I just edited shot. And then obviously when you get more camera angles, B-roll, replays, all that stuff, it kind of adds to it. But I enjoy editing. I'm just not very good at it. I never really dug into it to like, okay, what do I need to learn? How do I get good at this and stuff? Like, I just don't know if that was probably wasn't the best usage of my time. So I'm going to find someone, hire them. They'll do a much better job than I will. So probably our videos next year with Ezra are probably going to be better as far as like production goes. But other than that, they'll probably be very much the same.
Okay. Yeah. I think everybody is doing just that, is trying to find their perfect, happy medium of what they edit. For some people it's the process, and, more so even than what they actually ultimately put out. And some people, I think of Simon, he clearly, I think, enjoys every component of it. But as we all know in this, in our room, your room, everywhere, that, it's a ton of work. And at a certain point, like you just said, is there other ways you'd rather be spending your time, or things that feel a little bit more gratifying? And someone like myself, I've edited out of necessity because I can, and I know how, and it's just easier to get it done. But I'm also at a point where I'd be okay to never edit again. So,
I don't love it as much as some other people do. That's for sure. And like on the foundation side of things, we have 2 editors, we have multiple videographers. So for me, I like to, like this, I like to just show up, spat out some words, call it a night. And then, people take care of the back end stuff and make sure they post it and all that stuff. And then I just wake up the next morning and tweet it out and away on to the next one. So, but yeah, I think, I will say this though. I think it's important if you are doing YouTube or if you are doing that, I do think it is kind of important at the beginning to do it yourself, just because you will appreciate it more and have more respect for people that edit. Cause that way you're not such a douche to the editors when it comes to like, I don't know,
expectations,
deadlines, or
like,
expectations.
It's no big deal just to, just slap this together. And it's like, no, you have no idea what it takes to, put that 30 seconds together that you're looking for.
Even putting like score text, like after every hole, like putting it, like that takes time. So I think it's nice to have that background of knowing like how hard it is to edit. So that way you're not so hard on the these editors that work so hard. So
I couldn't agree with you more. That's for sure. Having all those, touching all those pieces, I just think it makes you a better boss, better manager, better leader when you know the struggle or what somebody's, about to go through. So, all right. Well, now we're going to call it. There are no more questions.
See you guys next year, right?
And, we'd,
for an annual, our annual Brodie.
Well, we'll see. Let's see how the viewers like this, because you might have lost some fans for having me on here. So we'll see how it is. And if you guys think it was okay and it didn't hurt you guys too much, I'll be back next year.
Now, it's
you can get on sooner when you win an event. We usually have the winners on.
Yep.
Tuesday night.
That's the fast pass.
That's the in-season pass.
Yes, the in-season fast pass. So
that would be nice, yeah.
But no, we appreciate catching up. Thanks for reaching out and
all your time as well tonight.
Yeah, we really appreciate all the extra insight. And by all means, if there's anything we can do for you, let us know. But looking forward, enjoy what little bits of the off season that you're gonna take in, and obviously I'll see you next year at the pressers with the hardest questions you never saw coming.
We'll see if I'm there. I don't know. We'll see. I'm at the mercy of the Facebook post every week of whether or not I'm on there. So we'll see. Hopefully I do some stuff to where I'm actually on there. Like you don't want to talk to the guy that just got 80th place. So
No.
It depends. If you've got
understand.
drama, if you got some drama in the week. I mean, I'm not picking on her, but we had Kona on a lot, and she was a story this year. So on those press conferences, and she was not finishing near the top very often. So throw some drama in your life.
The
Brodie.
Johnsonville Griller sponsor.
Yeah, I need more drama.
You need more
Thank
drama,
you.
Brodie.
Thank you.
You
Yeah, I
need
don't
more
have
drama.
enough. Thank you so much for throwing that at me.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Have a
Thanks
great
for
night,
joining
Brodie.
us.
Appreciate it. Take
Thanks.
it easy, guys.
Of course, everyone. Brodie Smith joining us tonight.
Currently, you can support him by buying something from Foundation. Maybe right now with Discraft, although that doesn't sound like it was a lock. Let me tell you that.
Pop, lock, and drop it.
So
I don't know.
good to have him on.
Did we get any? Was there any little hidden messages in there?
I don't know. I've heard rumors of Lone Star Discs reaching out to people.
Okay.
And I don't know about Brodie particularly, but
I mean, he's in Texas.
he is in Texas now.
So I mean, yeah.
The rumor was Nico and Kat
Mm.
with Lone Star. That was the rumor I heard today.
Very
So,
interesting.
yeah.
We'll have to get to the bottom of that. So
I mean, that's one sponsor Nico hasn't been on yet.
that's true.
I know. I'm just saying. He's pretty much.
If you've got sponsor board bingo,
it's almost a
and you're
blackout.
playing for a blackout.
You're playing for blackout.
And was the free space, would that be considered Gateway, which was his uncle and his first ever
That is the
sponsor?
free space right in the
Free
center.
space in the center. So, okay, well, we'll definitely keep an eye on that. And, I just did have a conversation I don't remember who it was very recently, though, talking about, like, what's going on with disc golf free agency. And it's like, it feels like there's been so many multi-year deals. And then some people who were, like a Calvin who's, already spoiled the fun by saying he's involved and has already extended.
What a jerk.
I'll just be interested to see, what we're going to have for any off-season or free agency fun or extensions. So real quick on the board, Jonathan says Kat said she has a multi-year deal with DGA contract. That's Katrina Allen, of course.
That's Katrina Allen, yeah.
Where Johnny
Cat
merch
was
referencing.
Cat Allen. Sorry.
Brody and Ezra starting a team for Foundation. I don't know. Yes, and they're talking about Cat merch. Does Lone Star have a full lineup? Maybe he can throw Raptors and zones if he goes there. Yeah, I'm not sure. All I know.
I don't. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, they have the Yeet, right?
They've got the Yeet. They've got like at least two other molds.
The Thread, the Vibe.
Thread and the Vibe.
This is a free ad.
Here's what I'll say about Brodie. I don't necessarily think he probably would care what he would throw. I don't think he's like someone's like, as long as he can throw this, I bet you it doesn't matter to Brodie. I'm sure he has discs he likes. I'm sure he has discs that he if given the choice, he would probably pick a few Discraft discs, but I bet you if he was an open agent,
any good pro can
pick up an Infinite disc.
Pilcher suggests that he's going to rule out Brodie going to Infinite though after the specifics of that conversation. But maybe that was just to throw everybody way off.
Brodie didn't say anything bad about Infinite.
No, I'm not saying he did, but he did say he doesn't know why he'd promote that brand if it's a
competitor. Yeah. But if he's a partner, then maybe there's a reason to promote him.
Brodie only knows Discraft. He would be crazy to try and learn this. I don't think
that's
so.
Crap. He can throw a disc far, and
you know what? I went to the Latitude factory. I can throw just as poorly with Latitude discs as I can with any others. So no, I honestly, all of our top level posts. Is it a pain? Yes. But then again, some like Paul had said he felt kind of like it was a blessing in disguise, and that a lot of our players, when they have gotten new discs, there's a newfound excitement, and they kind of go out and train harder because they have to learn their new discs, and that might actually make them a little bit better. So, yeah, we'll see if anything's gonna come of that. We'll table that for now. All right, what are you working on? The giveaways?
I'm getting our
We
giveaways.
got an extra one from last week.
We do.
'Cause I was,
Should we quickly wrap this up? Quickly go, or do we want to do one big long show today,
I
Terry
don't
Miller?
care. Let's do the giveaway and then let's wrap it up. We don't.
Okay.
There will be no official after show tonight.
Oh shoot, that's not what I wanted to do.
Oh, figures. As I'm quickly just jumping through the Facebooks, I see that today, now that we're into, November 9th officially, happy birthday to Double G, Garrett Gerthy. It is his birthday today. Also, I see Dan Harbeck, who was already going to get a shout out. So Dan's getting a double shout out. Dan very graciously stepped up and is a significant sponsor of the Cold Turkey, which is taking place in just a couple of weeks. That is the C tier that I'm running. That's essentially sold out both for Saturday and Sunday, presented to us by Innovadis. Dan had said that he really wanted to support the event. We're going to see him stop out and say hello to everybody. But Dan, thank you for your support. People are going to be eating some nice hot pizza, and that's in part thanks to Dan Harbeck. Happy birthday, my friend. Sapu Payu celebrating a birthday today. Debbie Bayless. Yeah, so bunch of birthdays out there today that just happened to pop up on my screen, so I figured I'd share them with you guys. Appreciate you. And happy birthday.
All right, Terry Miller, we are going to give something away.
Yeah, we are.
I
got a couple more things to give away, so we'll find some goodies for you guys.
All right, we have 154 people eligible for our giveaway today. Terry, what number do we want to generate?
Let's go with the 4th.
All right, the 4th. It's not 36. It's not 65. It's not 65. Wow. Everyone saw that?
That's crazy.
It's going to be...
It'd be 65. Oh, and then give me the lottery.
142. I did not win the 1.9 billion lottery that was out there.
Okay, so number 142, how are they sorted tonight?
Just by first name. I was lazy today.
Yeah,
142 is Tim Lucas. Congratulations, Tim Lucas.
You have some goodies coming your way. And then we have another one to give away right away. We'll go ahead and line that up.
Hold on, let me highlight that cell so I don't accidentally.
We appreciate you, Tim. Thank you so much for supporting.
Right.
And if you're wondering how in the world can you get some of that sweet giveaway, I heard we are going to give away 4 Get Freaky Zones. Thanks to Brodie, who's going to send. I'm just kidding. He's not.
just reach out to them and
Foundation sponsoring the giveaway tonight. No, I'll send you some goodies. In fact, we're ordering some more goodies, which is another story. But we got some goodies for you. So I say you click it 2 more times.
2 more times. It's not going to be. So right now it's still on 142. So our next number is
65.
79.
P65. P65. You really wanted 65.
The final number is 80.
79 and then 80.
Congratulations, whoever is 80. Let me check that out.
And
80 is going to be Juhani Ratanen.
From Georgia?
I believe so.
Sounds like a guy from Georgia.
Sounds like one of those good old-fashioned Georgian names.
Yes, it does. All right, Juhani will get something out to you as well. Excuse me.
Terry, that was a long interview.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Real quick, I do want to just clarify some of the stuff about the DGN on tour. I would, and we're talking in a world of infinite money. I'd love to have 3 or 4 of our camera guys follow a player around for a week, literally follow them. Not. It feels like what we're able to get is just kind of tournament peripheral. They're at the tournament, they're practice putting, they're chatting. Maybe we get them, a little bit of driving here and there. But I would love to embed, so to speak, Corey into James Conrad's life for a week.
I'm not. I'm not certain that didn't happen.
He might have, but if so, we didn't get a lot of it. And
no, not for that particular. I'm just saying upcoming. Basically, I'm saying watch all of them.
And I will, of course. Again, we're only 2 in, and I've only watched half. So, batting 500 is still Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that is where you belong.
So, and as Brodie was saying, I'd love to get more get really, and I know it's tight right now because the tee boxes are close, but get some of that talk, caddy talk, player talk. Like that's the type of stuff I want to hear more of. The for me, the round recap just it felt like molasses.
Okay.
And again, I already knew it was going to happen, so I would be curious to see someone else's perspective that didn't know what happened at the event. That could be different, but I don't know. So I'm going to hopefully watch the second episode tomorrow, Thursday.
Right. A couple of quick other minor notes. I think, as you said, the PDGA, I was honored.
Yeah.
The PDGA called me up. Well, not the PDGA. I should say Jennifer Allen slid into my DMs and asked if I would be interested in joining on the podcast for the PDGA. More than happy to do so. It literally, I was asked, and a few hours later we were recording, which was, thank you. It was fun to be there, to be with Grant and Jen. So I believe that came out.
It came out, yeah, today. It's episode 4.31, which I think is season 4, episode 31 maybe. And it says, "Do you know Terry Miller?"
Oh gosh, do they ever? So it was a lot of fun. So I certainly appreciate them asking me. And then in a similar sense, kind of, I mean, when it rains, it pours, right? Last week, I was the special guest, not only at the Delis, which is an award show, which I'll break down, I guess, in a separate podcast, but was an award show that was amazing. Hats off to the entire Joliet crew. So I was a special guest there Friday night, where they rent out an entire venue to then have an end-of-year award ceremony. So that was very cool. But then just before going to that, I was also the special guest for the Unstable podcast, and that's put on, many of you know Sheila Callahan down there from Delwood Disc Golf, also home of the Canyons and the Clash at the Canyons, which was on the Silver Series when it was called the Silver Series. So long form podcast. We went a few hours, and I believe that's going to drop Friday as well.
As opposed to...
Well, as opposed to... originally, to be fair, and I don't know, I'm curious to see what does it say, the length of that
PDGA one, 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Okay, because they originally said, I don't know, we'll talk for like 30 or 45 minutes. And
does no one understand us?
Apparently I talk a lot. So
have you or I ever been brief in our life?
There's a little bit of crossover from the PDGAs into the Delwood, but yet still very different podcasts and formats. So thank you to both of those.
If you can't get enough Terry Miller here.
And then I'm going to have my own tomorrow night. If you want to, stop over at the Drop Zone.
The Drop Zone is what you're calling that.
I will for now. I'm going to break down the delis during the Drop Zone. I was going to do it tonight. We've gone long enough. So I'll break down the delis. I tried to the other night. The technology didn't work, so it gives me an excuse. I've already given you a dry run, and some of you saw it live. But tomorrow night, I'll break down the delis, and I'll do that from my house. So,
all right.
Sorry if I'm all up in your ears in one way or another.
This week, you are all over the board, Terry.
My mouth is all over your ears.
Ugh.
See?
That gives me the shivers.
See you shiver with excitement.
That's not what that was.
All right. That's been long enough. Next week, we will likely be talking to maybe our FPO champion from the Phoenix Ladies Open. I'm super excited to go out there and cover that. I've got a couple cameramen heading out to Oregon to cover the event that Resistance Disc is putting on.
The Jacksonville event. We don't even know if that's going to happen. There's
hopefully
a hurricane coming through and a lot of rain. It might be a cut event.
Well, all I'm going to end this with is say, what effing off season? No such thing. For Johnny V, I'm Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. Thank you. Big props to Brodie Smith for joining us tonight. We appreciate the extra insight. That's been podcast 428. We'll see you next week when you step inside the Smash Box.
Thank you to our $2 and above patrons. Your name is listed below in the credits.
If you are interested in being listed as a producer in the Smashbox TV credits and supporting this and other fine podcasts, please visit patreon.com/SmashboxTV.